Chapter 1. Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes and groaned, "Damn, I'm actually feeling pain. Am I not dead? Xiao, you're awake. You've worried me to death." A woman in plain clothes covered her tears as she caressed Ling Xiao's face. What's going on? Although I'm also a mature woman lover, it seems like. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao suddenly felt a swelling pain in his head and a blurry memory rushed into his mind. The woman looked at Ling Xiao's absent-minded expression and hurriedly held Ling Xiao's hand and worriedly said, Xiao, what's wrong? Do you feel uncomfortable? Don't scare me." No, mother, I'm fine." Ling Xiao hurriedly replied. "Mani, I've actually transmigrated." Only now did Ling Xiao realize that he was no longer on Earth. He had transmigrated to this world called Xianling continent. He had fought against the 4 super experts of the Ghoul sect and in the end, he self-destructed his dantian and died. He didn't expect his luck to be so good and actually transmigrated to another world. The woman in front of him was the mother of his current body, Meng Xiyun. Meng Xiyun looked at Ling Xiao with heartache and said, "It's good that you're fine. In the future, don't practice martial arts anymore. Otherwise, you'll always be bullied by them. Seeing you and your father like this, I'm sad." "Okay, I'll listen to you. Mother, can you go out for a while? I'm tired and want to rest a bit more." Ling Xiao squeezed out a smile and said, "Okay, mother won't disturb you anymore. Sleep a bit more, I'll go give you the poison." Meng Xiyun wiped her tears and nodded. She pulled the blanket over Ling Xiao and walked out of the room. She didn't forget to close the door when she went out. Ling Xiao purposely sent Meng Xiyun away because he wanted to sort out the chaotic memories in his mind. An hour later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and sighed heavily. "The situation is much better than I thought. At least I'm still alive." Ling Xiao sorted out the memories of this body and learned that he had been reincarnated into the body of Ling Xiao, who had the same name as himself in the Ling family of Meteor City. As for why he was looking for this body, it was probably because of the saying, "It was clearly destined." Ling Xiao was supposed to be the most outstanding cultivation genius of the 18th generation of the Ling family. At the age of 15, he broke through the mystic realm and became a low-level mystic realm cultivator, becoming the #1 genius in Meteor City. Unexpectedly, the outstanding tree and the wind in the forest would destroy it. Not long after Ling Xiao became a mystic cultivator, he was ambushed and his meridians were destroyed. He turned from the most glorious mystic cultivator to an ordinary civilian who was not even a martial arts disciple. From then on, the title of #1 genius became trash that was even worse than a commoner. In a world where martial arts were respected and where martial arts were king, being in the #1 family of Meteor City, the Ling family, not being able to practice martial arts meant that one was destined to live a mediocre life in the end. However, Ling Xiao had a strong and unyielding character. He started cultivating again from the beginning, but it was a pity that after 2 years, he still did not succeed. In these 2 years, he had been ridiculed by the same generation of the Ling family. He could only swallow his anger and remain unmoved. However, 2 days ago, as the grandson of the Ling family's 5th elder, Ling Rui, provoked Ling Xiao, and even insulted his parents. Although Ling Xiao was a tiger that had fallen to the plains and could allow others to mock him, he could not tolerate others insulting his parents. Thus, he attacked Ling Rui in anger. Unfortunately, his cultivation had been destroyed, so how could he be a match for a low-level mystic realm cultivator like Ling Jian? He was beaten half to death on the spot. Thus, there was the scene of Ling Xiao lying on the bed. The world of the strong? That's more to my liking. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he said confidently. He climbed down from the bed and touched his frail body. He touched the back of his head where he had received a fatal blow, and there was still a large lump that had not yet disappeared. "Your revenge, let me help you take it." Ling Xiao sighed and began to size up the surroundings of the room. The room could be considered spacious, but the furnishings were a little lacking. Apart from a 1.5-meter bed, there were a few chairs and a coffee table. The most eye-catching thing was the wooden stake in the corner of the room. It was not hard to imagine how hard the original Ling Xiao had trained, but it was a pity that it was all in vain. Creak. The door was pushed open, and this time, a middle-aged man walked in. He was about 37 years old, with distinct angular features, a high nose bridge, and a pair of muddled and lifeless eyes. He wore a gray robe and held a wine bottle in his hand. If this was his previous life, he would have been a typical young married woman killer, but in this life, he was just a middle-aged man who could not be more dispirited. The middle-aged man in front of him was Ling Xiao's father, Ling Zhan. He was also a cripple with his meridians destroyed. The father and son pair were famous in Meteor City as the cripple father and son. More than 10 years ago, Ling Zhan was also a rare genius in Meteor City. Although he was not as abnormal as Ling Xiao, he still broke through the mystic realm at the age of 18 and entered the mystic realm. At the age of 25, he was already at the peak of the mystic realm. He was only a step away from becoming one of the few spirit masters in Meteor City. Unfortunately, he, who was in high spirits, ended up being crippled by a sneak attack. His situation was exactly the same as the current Ling Xiao, which was really thought-provoking. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Xiao, drank a mouthful of wine, and said faintly, "How do you feel?" Ling Xiao looked at his cheap father in front of him and said, "I won't die yet." "That's good." Ling Zhan sat on the edge of the bed and paused for a moment before saying, "Do you want a mouthful?" Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He snatched the bottle from Ling Zhan's hand, tilted his head back and took a swig. That fiery taste filled his entire body, and he could not help but let out a soft cry of refreshing. Following that, he drank a few more mouthfuls. In his previous life, he drank a lot of strong alcohol, such as Shadaozi, Nu Hong, aged wine. Ling Zhan looked at his son with a complicated expression, then turned his gaze back to the wooden pillar. He said calmly, "A gentleman should strive to improve himself. This saying is true, but it does not appear in us, father and son." "Father!" Ling Xiao called out shakily, a wave of emotions welling up in his heart. In his mind, the past 2 years of being ostracized, ridiculed appeared one by one. It was as if he could see his father's experience when he was young. Riches and honor are decided by the heavens, Xiao, don't force yourself. I can see your hard work, and I won't blame you. Ling Zhan said with a helpless and mournful tone. In the past, he was so high-spirited that he was almost set to be the next clan leader. Unfortunately, the situation suddenly changed, and in a single night, he became a useless person. Originally, when he saw his son slowly rising up, he saw a shadow that was even stronger than he was when he was young, and he felt very comforted. However, history repeated itself, causing his son to suffer the same blow as him. His heart was filled with unspeakable pain and bitterness. Ling Xiao did not respond, but his eyes gradually became misty. He could feel Meng Shiyun's heartfelt care for him, and he could also feel Ling Zhan's silent care. "What are you two father and son talking about?" "Xiao, mother made some medicine for you, quickly drink it." Meng Shiyun walked in with a bowl of black medicine. Following that, she saw that Ling Xiao was acting strangely and nervously asked, "Xiao, why are you crying? Did your father scold you for being lazy again?" After saying that, Meng Shiyun angrily glared at Ling Zhan. "No, mother, I just rubbed some sand." "Quickly bring the medicine over, I want to drink it." Ling Xiao hurriedly tried to cover it up. In his previous life, he had never cried before. However, he had heard from his family that he loved to smile since he was young, so he was named Xiao. Now that he was about to cry, he didn't want others to know that he had lost all his face, so he wouldn't admit it even if he was beaten to death. After drinking the medicine, Ling Zhan and Meng Shiyun left the room. As for Ling Xiao, he felt that his head was still swollen and painful, so he fell asleep. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Ling Xiao almost didn't step out of his room. He was only organizing his memory fragments to quickly adapt to his new identity. At the same time, he checked his body and found that all 12 of his meridians were broken. No wonder he didn't gain anything even after 2 years of bitter training. However, the current Ling Xiao was not in a good mood. He was a super expert in his previous life, and his strongest skills were the cloud-splitting palm, wind god Niafeng's wind god kick, and Qin Shuang's sky frost fist. Originally, he wanted to learn Xiong Ba's 3 parts origin returning technique, but unfortunately, he didn't have time to study it before he perished together with the 4 super experts of the Hellgate. If he had been given another year to cultivate the 3 parts restoration technique and learn the first style of the 3 parts magical finger, jade splitting gold breaking, he would not have had to self-destruct his Dantian and perish together with the 4 super masters of the ghost sect. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had all the memories from his previous life. In his heart, he had already memorized the firmament palm, wind god's kick, sky frost fist, and other martial arts mantras. Moreover, he was also able to use many of the moves. It was just that his frail body was unable to display the true power of those moves. Among these martial arts, Ling Xiao's favorite was the wind god kick. Every move was so cool and cool. With the wind god kick, he had attracted the hearts of many senior and junior sisters from various sections. This was also something he had always been proud of. To gain a foothold in this world where the strong survived, one must have a strong strength to rely on. Otherwise, one would become the target of others' bullying and ridicule. The 12 meridians have been destroyed. Only by recleansing the marrow, breaking through, and smoothing the meridians can I cultivate again. However, what I'm cultivating here is not called Nigong, but Xian Qi. I just don't know the difference between the two. Let me try if the 3 parts origin returning technique really has the effect of the Shaolin Temple's marrow cleansing scripture. Ling Xiao pondered in his heart. At the same time, he planned to cultivate the 3 parts origin returning technique that he didn't learn in his previous life. He wanted to see if it could restore the vitality of this broken body. Chapter 2. 3 parts return to origin technique was created by Sanju Elder. It was a combination of sky frost fist, cloud expelling palm, and wind god's kick, known as the 3 parts return to origin technique. In the past, Xiong Ba shocked the world with his sky frost fist, cloud expelling palm, and wind god's kick. He also used 3 parts return to origin technique, and 3 parts return to origin technique, to deal with the wind and clouds. If Buddha Wudi said, success is due to wind and clouds, failure is also due to wind and clouds, Xiong Ba's fame would be even greater than the god of swords, Wu Ming. In order to learn the 3-part origin restoring technique, one must first learn the heavenly frost qi, the cloud pushing technique, and the wind god technique. Then, one must take a portion of each and refine it. This way, the 3 types of inner strength would be separated and combined to form a new type of overbearing inner strength. 3 parts return to origin technique had a total of 9 levels. Every time one broke through a level, one's inner strength would increase by a level. Furthermore, it was several times more profound than other inner strength techniques. Xiong Ba only broke through the 7th level and was able to dominate the world. 3 parts return to origin technique, thought back to the ancient records. There was a saying that 3 parts return to origin technique could cleanse one's marrow and meridians. It was similar to Shaolin Temple's cleansing marrow scripture, but he didn't know if it really existed. Ling Xiao made up his mind and adjusted his condition to the best. Gradually, he focused his mind and spirit. First, he recited the heavenly frost qi in his mind. After a while, he switched to the cloud expelling force, and then the wind god kung fu. After reciting the 3 kinds of internal strength several times, he began to breathe in and out according to the meditation method of his previous life. After meditating for more than an hour, Ling Xiao slowly became a little anxious because he couldn't feel any flow of inner strength. In theory, everyone had inner strength. It was just that everyone's tenbin was different, and the results of cultivation were also different. What made Ling Xiao anxious was that even if his 12 main meridians were destroyed and he became an ordinary person, it was impossible that he couldn't feel any inner strength. Just when Ling Xiao was about to give up, the Yongquan acupoints on his feet began to slightly surge with a warm flow. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Then, he calmed his mind and concentrated again, speeding up the circulation of his origin-restoring qi. The heat flow under his Yongquan acupoint was slightly hot in the beginning, but it soon turned into a warm heat flow. It began to flow upwards from his Yongquan acupoint, like a slowly flowing stream, making Ling Xiao feel comfortable both physically and mentally. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. The heat flow only lasted for a minute before it stopped flowing. No matter how hard Ling Xiao tried, he could not take another step forward. Ling Xiao didn't force it anymore. He let out a light breath and revealed a happy smile as he muttered to himself, "It seems like there's a chance. I just don't know how it will turn out. I hope it won't disappoint me." Following that, Ling Xiao jumped off the bed and swung his legs. He discovered that the strength in his legs seemed to have increased. He then said, "As long as I accumulate enough inner strength, breaking through the first meridian shouldn't be a problem. If I continue to train like this, opening the 12 main meridians should only be a matter of time. The heavens really don't want me to die." Through his first practice, he knew that the 3-part returning qi could indeed open the 12 main meridians. His heart was wild with joy. At the same time, he thought that if he successfully purified his marrow, he could let his cheap father cultivate the 3-part returning qi. Then, he should be able to cultivate his Xian qi again, right? This would have to wait until he actually succeeded before he could make a decision. Following that, 2 days passed. In these 2 days, other than taking care of Ling Xiao's daily life, Meng Shiyun would also spend an hour or two chatting with him. Ling Xiao was increasingly fond of this attentive and considerate mother. Ling Zhan would also come to see his son every day, but he didn't talk much. Instead, the two of them drank quite a bit. Looking at his haggard, dispirited, and self-deprecating father, Ling Xiao almost couldn't help but impart the 3-part returning qi to him. However, he still restrained himself. That night, Ling Xiao meditated as usual. After 2 days of accumulation, Ling Xiao was confident that he could open the first meridian. The 3 types of internal strength were constantly changing, separating, and combining. Streams of heat continuously flowed up from the Yongquan acupuncture point. The heat emitted caused wisps of white smoke to appear behind Ling Xiao's back, making him look somewhat ethereal. After half an hour of accumulation, streams of heat converged together, forming a thick, turbulent, and rapid stream of heat. With a roar, it rushed towards the entrance that had been blocked for a long time. "Ah!" Ling Xiao let out a blood-curdling scream. Beads of perspiration dripped down from his determined face. That kind of heart-wrenching pain made him wish he was dead. The first time he failed to break through, there was only that piercing pain that he couldn't bear. "Damn it, I don't believe that I can't even open the first meridian." Ling Xiao cursed. Determined, he flipped his palms and accelerated his breathing. The heat flow condensed again, and the roaring, turbulent heat wave rushed up again. Boom! Ah! The second failure. Boom! Ah! The third failure. By the 8th time, Ling Xiao's thick lips were already bleeding, and his face was extremely pale. However, his delicate face revealed an unyielding expression. The 8th attempt. Rumble. Crack. The river-like heat wave finally rushed out of its shackles, and separated into countless small streams of heat that began to spread around his body. After a full 2 minutes, the heat flow finally stopped. It must have encountered the second meridian that was obstructed. At this moment, Ling Xiao's naked body was covered in fine sweat, as if he had just been steamed. His entire body was also faintly glowing red. Ling Xiao jumped off the bed, narrowed his eyes, and enjoyed the comfort of the extreme nirvana tai. He opened his eyes and looked at his tightly clenched fists. His peach blossom eyes were filled with vigor, and he looked much more energetic than before. I've finally succeeded. Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and laughed heartily. His face was full of joy. It was just like the first time he had cultivated his inner force in his previous life. It was a feeling that could not be expressed in words. At this rate, I should be able to repair all 12 meridians in less than 3 months, muttered Ling Xiao. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Meng Shiyun's concerned voice came from outside. Ling Xiao's heart was warm, and he didn't bother to put on his clothes. He walked over and opened the door. He looked at the worried Meng Shiyun and said, "Mother, I'm fine." Meng Shiyun looked up and down at her son. She didn't see anything strange, but she felt that her son was pitifully thin. She touched her son's chest and said, "Xiao, look at how thin you are. Mother will receive her offerings tomorrow, so I'll buy you something good to nourish your body." Ling Xiao was touched by Meng Shiyun's fingertips, and his body trembled. He shyly smiled and said, "Mother, men and women shouldn't touch each other." Pft. Meng Shiyun covered her mouth and smiled, "You child, I gave birth to you, and it's not like I haven't touched you before. Alright, you're sweating, go wash up and go to sleep." "Yes, mother. You should rest early too." Ling Xiao nodded. Meng Shiyun looked at her son with a strange gaze. She was full of doubt. Is my son enlightened? I haven't seen Xiao smile since the incident 2 years ago, and he seems to have become more sensible. Forget it, as long as my son is safe, I won't ask anything of him. Then she turned around and left. Ling Xiao watched his mother leave and thought, "Mother, just you wait, your good days aren't far away." The night was silent, and the east was getting brighter. In the courtyard of about 100 square meters, there were a few trees planted and some potted flowers that had just bloomed. There was also a stone table and a few stone chairs nearby. The simple environment was filled with fresh air, and it made people feel refreshed. Ling Xiao was wearing simple clothes, and he was practicing his first day of martial arts in the courtyard. In his previous life, he had already practiced the firmament palm, wind god steps, and sky frost fist. In theory, it shouldn't be difficult to use them again. Unfortunately, his body was too weak right now, so Ling Xiao wasn't in a rush. Instead, he chose to practice Bu Jingyun's famous movement technique, Phantom Cloud Trace. Phantom Cloud Trace was like a ghostly afterimage, like a moving cloud. It was unobstructed in the crowd, but it was hard to catch. Although Ling Xiao had opened one meridian and had a small amount of inner force, it was enough for him to use this movement technique. Right now, he was no different from an ordinary person. Of course, he had to learn how to escape first. If he was bullied again, he could still run away if he couldn't beat them. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and walked in a mysterious direction according to his understanding from his previous life. At first, he didn't think there was anything special about it, but when he observed it more closely, he found that there was something strange about it. When he observed it more carefully, he was amazed. He saw that the steps Ling Xiao took were very big, as if he could cross 2 meters with each step. His speed was very fast, and his whole body seemed to be very agile and graceful. After running 10 laps around the courtyard, Ling Xiao's body gradually felt tired, and he stopped to take deep breaths. Looks like I need to open the 12 meridians as soon as possible. This little bit of inner force is really negligible. Ling Xiao sighed. After resting for a few minutes, Ling Xiao stopped practicing the movement technique. Instead, he practiced the first form of the cloud-expelling palm, flowing water and clouds. Flowing water and clouds was round and continuous. It was like the surging of clouds and water, smooth and unobstructed. If one's inner force was deep enough, they could unleash 81 palms in 1 second. The palms were countless, making it hard for people to see through them and make them unable to fight back. Ling Xiao could once unleash 72 palms in 1 second, turning a famous Xiantian realm expert into a pulp. Ling Xiao had only practiced for a few minutes when Meng Xiyun came out of her room. "Xiao, your injuries just healed. How can you run around without resting?" Meng Xiyun grumbled. She knew that after her son was crippled 2 years ago, he had never stopped cultivating, but he always returned without any success. However, her son didn't want to face reality. As his mother, she felt distressed and helpless when she saw this. "Mother, I'm fine. I need to get up and exercise more. It's good for my body." Ling Xiao stopped his movements. Meng Xiyun walked over to Ling Xiao's side and took out a handkerchief to wipe his face. Ling Xiao looked at Qi Mu's dignified and beautiful face. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were hard to hide, and there were a few strands of white hair between her eyebrows. A sour feeling suddenly rose in his heart. "Mother, I made you worry." Ling Xiao couldn't help but blurt out his mother's meticulous care for the original him. "Silly child. I'm your mother." Meng Xiyun was very gratified. She sighed in her heart. Her son's injury this time wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He had grown up and was sensible. "Hey, hurry up and get your monthly stipend." A disgusted voice came from outside. Chapter 3. At the door were 2 servants dressed like manservants. They were around 20 years old and one of them had a face full of pockmarks while the other had an ugly crooked nose. Both of their eyes were always darting around, making them look like thieves and disgusting. One of them was called Ma Zi and the other was called Dog Nose. They were the 2 dogs by Ling Rui's side, dogs that would bite. The one who had just spoken was Ma Zi. He was holding a small pouch in his hand and was constantly spinning it. He looked at the mother and son pair with disdain. The Ling family's finances were managed by the 5th elder. As a direct descendant of the Ling family, Ling Zhan's family should have been sent by the housekeeper. But now, it was the dogs of the 5th elder's grandson. It was clear that Ling Zhan's family was not well received by the Ling family. "I'll come and get it now." Meng Xiyun quickly walked over to the 2 of them. Before Meng Xiyun could even get close, Ma Zi casually threw the pouch over. This Ma Zi wanted to make Meng Xiyun look bad. Because he didn't throw the pouch with enough force, he only threw it a meter in front of Meng Xiyun and it was about to land on the ground. Meng Xiyun's face flashed with an unexpected unhappiness and her footsteps quickened. She was actually able to barely catch the pouch. Ma Zi and Dog Nose were a bit startled. They didn't expect this woman to be able to catch the pouch. Meng Xiyun smiled and said, "Thank you for coming." She then weighed the pouch in her hand and quickly opened it. She then said to the 2 of them, "Isn't our family's monthly stipend 30 gold coins? Why is there only 10 gold coins? Madam, could it be that you think we're greedy for your gold coins?" This was personally given by the finance manager. "Why don't you go and ask him yourself?" Dog Nose raised his head and spoke in a strange tone. His attitude was not like that of a servant, but more like that of a superior. The finance manager that Dog Nose mentioned was the 5th elder's son, Ling Jian's father, Ling Chong. Everyone in the Ling family knew that Ling Chong and Ling Zhan had been enemies since they were young. Dog Nose telling Meng Xiyun to find Ling Chong was obviously using Ling Chong to pressure Meng Xiyun. "You. Forget it, you guys can leave," Meng Xiyun angrily said. Holding the 10 gold coins in her hand, she felt extremely upset in her heart. She was still thinking of buying some tonics for her son's body this month, but now that she had lost 20 gold coins, her days were not going to be good. She still had to leave some for her husband to buy wine. Ma Zi and Dog Nose were slightly pleased with themselves. They were about to turn around and leave. "Wait!" shouted Ling Xiao as he walked over. "What instructions do you have?" Ma Zi turned around and looked at Ling Xiao contemptuously. He actually did not address Ling Xiao as young master, but instead addressed him as you. From this, it could be seen that these servants were just like their masters, wanting to ridicule Ling Zhan's family. "Hand over 20 gold coins, or else don't even think of leaving this place," Ling Xiao coldly said. "Damn it, I'm a dignified young master, yet I have to give in to 2 slaves. It seems that in this continent, those who don't have great strength are even more lowly than lowly slaves. Didn't Dog Nose just say it? If you want those 20 gold coins, then go ask the finance deacon, or young Master Rui is also fine. I just don't know if you dare to ask for it," Ma Zi said with a playful expression. A few days ago, Ling Xiao had been beaten half to death because Ling Rui had insulted his parents. That was why he had fought Ling Rui with his life. At that time, Ma Zi and Dog Nose were in the audience. The two of them relied on their status as Ling Rui's slaves to be extremely rampant. They were even more disdainful of Ling Xiao. "It seems that you 2 dog slaves won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Ling Xiao's face was gloomy. Ma Zi and Dog Nose were not afraid. Although they were servants, they were still 4th-rank martial disciples. Facing a cripple like Ling Xiao, they could be considered experts. How could they be afraid of Ling Xiao? "Forget it, Xiao, let them go." Meng Shiyun pulled on Ling Xiao's hand. She was afraid of her son's impulsiveness. If he got hurt again, she didn't want to see that happen. "Mother, don't worry. Watch Xiao, teach these 2 slaves a lesson to vent your anger." Ling Xiao broke free from Meng Shiyun's hand and slowly walked towards Ma Zi and Dog Nose. "What do you want?" Ma Zi took a step back. Although they could look down on Ling Zhan's family, they didn't have the qualifications to offend their superiors and disrespect Ling Xiao. The Ling family's rules were very strict. If a servant was found to be disrespectful to a member of the Ling family, they would either be kicked out of the house or killed on the spot. On the count of 3, hand over 20 gold coins and scram. Ling Xiao shouted. "I already said the gold coins aren't with us. If you have the ability, go get it from the general manager." Dog Nose interrupted. 3. "Let's go. Ignore him." Ma Zi pulled at Dog Nose. 2. The 2 of them ignored Ling Xiao and turned to leave. Although they didn't dare offend their superiors, with their skills, Ling Xiao couldn't do anything to them. "Forget it, Xiao, let's go back." Meng Shiyun called from behind. 3 is over. You're courting death." Ling Xiao shouted and suddenly took a step forward. In an instant, he caught up to Ma Zi and Dog Nose. The 2 of them were 4th-rank martial disciples. When Ling Xiao attacked from behind, they immediately sensed it and separated. Flowing water and cloud, Ling Xiao used the first form of the cloud-expelling palm and slapped towards Ma Zi. Ma Zi was shocked. He didn't think that Ling Xiao would attack so quickly. He quickly tried to dodge. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao's cloud trail phantom was extremely fast, and it wasn't something that Ma Zi could easily dodge. Ling Xiao slapped the bridge of Pockmark's nose heavily. Crack. Ah! Ma Zi's nose was crushed by Ling Xiao's palm. He screamed in pain and blood sprayed out of his nostrils. Seeing Ma Zi squatting down, Ling Xiao kicked the bridge of his nose that he was covering with his hands. Ma Zi screamed again and fell to the ground. You actually dare to hit people. Are you not afraid of young Master Rui?" Dog Nose didn't expect Ma Zi to be beaten by the so-called Meteorite City's #1 trash. Moreover, he was beaten in 2 moves. He quickly used his master's name to try to threaten Ling Xiao. Sooner or later I'll find Ling Rui to settle the score. Now I'll teach you 2 blind slaves a lesson. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. He moved in front of Dog Nose, who was still in a daze. He lifted his foot and directly kicked Dog Nose's pants. Ow! Dog Nose let out a blood-curdling screech and jumped on the spot while holding his penis. This guy actually played dirty. Ling Xiao made the two lose their fighting power and began to punish them. Cheap slave, spit out the gold coins. Ling Xiao grabbed Dog Nose's collar and punched Dog Nose's eyes twice in a row. Suddenly, Dog Nose became a panda. I. Dog Nose was just about to speak. Ling Xiao grabbed his shoulders with both hands and at the same time, he kicked his knee up heavily on Dog Nose's injured pants. Dog Nose didn't say anything. He fainted from the pain. It was estimated that his eggs were broken. Ling Xiao turned and glared at Ma Zi. Ma Zi was frightened and immediately said, "Young Master Xiao, no, don't hit me anymore. I'll give you 20 gold coins. F***ck your mother." Ling Xiao cursed and stepped on Pockmark's face. Ma Zi's pitiful nose was injured again and again. It really couldn't be broken anymore. His face was covered in blood and he was in a sorry state. He didn't look as arrogant as before. Ma Zi and Dog Nose both fainted. Ling Xiao leaned down and searched their bodies for a while. He took out 2 money bags from each of them. He didn't look carefully at how many gold coins were inside and directly walked back to the door. At the door, Meng Shiyun looked at her son with a dumbfounded expression. She really couldn't believe that her son could actually knock out 2 rank 4 martial disciples in a few moves. "Mother, go back. Don't let the appearance of these 2 dog slaves dirty your eyes." Ling Xiao pulled Meng Shiyun back to the door and then turned around to lock it. Ling Xiao stuffed one of the money bags into Meng Shiyun's hands, then took the other one and went straight back to his room. Meng Shiyun grabbed the money bags with both hands and still stared blankly at her son's weak figure disappearing in front of the house. Ling Xiao returned to the house and casually threw the money bags to the side. He waved his hands and said, "Damn, it's only been 2 punches and it's already painful. This body is really weak. Fortunately, I attacked first. Otherwise, I might not have been able to cripple those 2 dog slaves." Just now, Ling Xiao had chosen to attack with a purpose. Right now, he had only opened 1 meridian and had only recovered a trace of an ordinary person's strength. Thus, he very rationally chose to attack first and specifically attack the opponent's weakest point. No matter who it was, the nose was always the easiest place to be injured. As long as it was a light punch, even a martial artist would find it unbearable. Thus, under Ling Xiao's 2 attacks, Ma Zi was in so much pain that he couldn't retaliate. That dog's nose was even more miserable. The little chicken was the most important place for all men. Ling Xiao ruthlessly crippled his little chicken in order to intimidate Ma Zi. Although Ma Zi's nose was injured, if he dared to fight back, Ling Xiao might not be his opponent. Fortunately, Ma Zi didn't dare to offend his superiors and was even more frightened by Ling Xiao's methods. This allowed Ling Xiao to take down the 2 of them in one fell swoop. After morning exercise and taking care of the 2 slaves, Ling Xiao was covered in sweat. He hurriedly fetched a bucket of water to take a bath. After taking a bath, Ling Xiao once again began to meditate in his room, striving to open the 2nd meridian as soon as possible. He knew that he had taught the 2 dog slaves a lesson today, so the slave's master definitely wouldn't let this matter go. Thus, he had to seize every second. As long as he could open all 12 meridians and condense his internal energy, he wouldn't be afraid of the other party finding trouble with him. Becoming stronger was his top priority now. Chapter 4. A bare-chested young man sat cross-legged on the bed with his palms spread out in front of his abdomen. His eyes were closed and his expression was very focused. Wisps of white smoke could be faintly seen on his black hair that was like a waterfall, as if he was receiving a steaming bath. It was extremely peculiar. An hour later, the young man slowly opened his eyes, withdrew his palms, and jumped off the bed. At this time, there was a knock on the door. The person who entered was Ling Zhao's father, Ling Zhan. He was still holding onto the jug of wine, as if it had never left his body. He looked at his son with a slightly excited expression. "I heard from your mother that you beat up Ling Rui's 2 dogs?" Ling Zhan asked as he found a chair and sat down. Ling Xiao nodded, "Yes, father." Ling Zhan raised his eyebrows and asked with some excitement, "Can you cultivate Xianxia again?" Ling Xiao shook his head, "Not yet, but I will be able to cultivate Xianxia again soon. In this continent, internal energy is called Xianqi, so let's call it Xianqi from now on." "Really?" Ling Zhan excitedly stood up and asked. His expression immediately dimmed as he smiled bitterly, "My meridians have been destroyed. Unless there is a level 5 or above heaven-defying pill, there might be a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, Sai, Shao, both of us are deceiving ourselves." After saying that, Ling Zhan looked up to the sky and gulped down a mouthful of wine in an attempt to numb himself with it. Ling Xiao looked at his father and clenched his fists before slowly relaxing them. "Father, don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, there is always a glimmer of hope. As long as we work hard, we will be able to regain control of our destiny." Ling Zhan looked up at his son and sighed. He turned around and walked out of the house, leaving Ling Xiao alone. "Don't worry, father. Your son is no longer the same as before." In the courtyard of the 5th elder's house. In the courtyard of the West Wing, an 18-year-old youth dressed in a green robe was practicing his sword skills. "Rainbow pierces the sun." The youth shouted and leaped up like an eagle. The sword in his hand spun like the sun and pierced forward. A half-meter-long sword light burst forth with a fierce aura. The youth landed on the ground and retracted his sword with a smile on his face. Coupled with his single eyelid eyes, it was obvious that he was not a broad-minded person. He was the grandson of the 5th elder, Ling Rui, and also the second son of Ling Chong. Just as Ling Rui stopped, a pretty maid immediately brought a basin of water and said, "Young master, please wash your face." Ling Rui smiled and touched the maid's face. "Xiao Mei, you are so sensible." Ling Rui of the maid's face, "Xiao Mei, you are so good." "Hey, young master is a bad guy. Don't close your door tonight. Young master is going to do bad things tonight." Ling Rui took out a towel from the basin and smiled while washing his face. After washing his face, Ling Rui seemed to think of something and asked, "Ma Zi and Dog Nose are not back yet?" After washing his face, Ling Rui seemed to think of something and asked, "Ma Zi and Dog Nose are not back yet?" "Not yet." Xiao Mei replied. "These 2 idiots, they can't even do something quickly." Ling Rui threw the towel into the basin and scolded. At this time, 2 people stumbled in from outside the door. Weren't they Ma Zi and Dog Nose? Out of the 2 of them, one was covering his nose, and the other was bending over, covering his lower body. Their faces were sullen, and when they saw Ling Rui, they took a few steps forward and knelt in front of Ling Rui, crying, "Young master, please help this servant. What's going on?" Ling Rui asked. Ma Zi's nose hurt and he couldn't speak clearly. In the end, it was Dog Nose who told him what had happened. Ling Rui kicked Ma Zi and Dog Nose and scolded, "Idiots, you 2 are level 4 martial disciples, but you can't even beat a cripple. You really made me lose face." Dog Nose trembled, "Young master, he was very fast. We couldn't even see his movements and fell into his trap." Ma Zi nodded in agreement. "Bastard, are you going to tell me that he can already cultivate Xianqi?" "Idiot." Ling Rui scolded with a twisted face. Originally, he had provoked Ling Xiao a few days ago with the goal of making this laughingstock of the Ling family disappear from this world. Who knew that after being secretly attacked by him, this brat actually didn't die and even dared to be arrogant towards his people? How could he not be angry? A cripple actually dared to not put him in his eyes. But thinking of this, he was puzzled. Wasn't that brat a cripple? How could he beat his two dogs to the point where they couldn't even fight back? Could it be that this brat could really cultivate Xianqi? Impossible, that brat's meridians were destroyed. Even the Grand Elder concluded that he would never be able to cultivate Xianqi for the rest of his life. This must be a coincidence. Young master, everything we said is the truth. That brat specialized in playing dirty. He hit Ma Zi's nose, and he even kicked my pants. In the end, he stole all of our gold coins, Dog Nose said with a sullen face. Don't embarrass me here. Xiao Mei, give each of them 10 gold coins and go get treatment. Hurry up and scram. Ling Rui shouted unhappily. He felt a faint worry in his heart. Xiao Mei responded and then led the two out of the courtyard. Ling Rui grabbed his long sword and with a loud shout, he swung the sword at a tree in the courtyard that was as tall as 2 people. The sword was withdrawn and the tree fell. Humph, so what if you can cultivate Xianqi again? In 2 months, the family's test will begin. Unless you can't take the test, otherwise, I will definitely make you disappear from this world. Ling Rui said coldly while clenching his teeth. The night was as cool as water. The beautiful moon hung high in the sky and the shadows of the trees danced. It had been more than half a month since Ling Xiao had broken through the first meridian. At this moment, Ling Xiao was ready to break through the 6th meridian. Previously, he thought that it would take 3 months to break through the 12 meridians. Now, it only took 2 to 3 days to break through each meridian. Ling Xiao was wild with joy. He realized that the 3 parts restoration chi was so magical that it could actually be several times faster than the average inner force cultivation. Ling Xiao was puzzled. In the end, he guessed that it might be the result of cultivating the heavenly frost chi, cloud pushing force and wind god art at the same time. He couldn't help but feel respect for old man Sanju for creating such a unique mental technique. It turned out that Ling Xiao's body was full of vitality after he had opened the 5 meridians. His thin and sickly body gradually became strong and healthy. His skin also became more vigorous. His whole body was shining with vigor, and he looked handsome and delicate. If I don't break through now, then when? Ling Xiao calmed himself down and flipped his hands downwards. At the Yongquan acupoint, 2 streams of heat surged up and then divided into 5 surging streams of air. Finally, they gathered together and formed a thumb-sized, solid-looking energy ball. Then, it rushed towards a blocked direction. Boom! The energy mass rushed through the blocked meridians. Ah! The pain made Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out. The corner of his mouth had already bitten and bled. The first attempt failed. In this regard, Ling Xiao was already numb. He knew that the meridians were not something that could be broken in one go. He needed to continuously compress and condense the profound energy and attack it over and over again. Just like the soldiers who attacked the city gates in ancient times, they used wooden awls to attack the iron gates again and again. In the end, the iron gates would not be able to withstand the force and would definitely be broken. With the previous example, Ling Xiao was not in a good mood. He compressed and condensed his dark force again and rushed towards the blocked meridians. Boom! Boom! After more than 10 attempts, he finally opened another meridian. Ha! Ling Xiao jumped down from the bed and directly into the water bucket that was already placed in the room. His face was full of joy. Now that he had opened 6 meridians, he could be considered as having a semi-martial body. Most people who were born with blocked meridians were destined to be unable to cultivate dark force. However, those who were born with 12 main meridians were destined to have great achievements on the road of martial cultivation. However, these 12 main meridians were divided by size. The cultivation speed of small meridians was extremely slow, so naturally, it would take a long time to advance. Thus, martial artists with small meridians were destined to have limited achievements. On the other hand, large meridians could speed up the cultivation of dark force and store more dark force. Only then would they be able to display more power in battle. Those with large meridians were generally known as natural martial artists and were commonly referred to as geniuses. These people were extremely rare no matter where they were. Now, Ling Xiao's meridians belonged to those who were born with large meridians. Originally, although his meridians were destroyed, it did not affect the size of his meridians. Now that he had opened 6 meridians, he was still a distance away from opening 12 main meridians. Thus, he was called a semi-martial body. The so-called semi-martial body was only slightly better than the average person. However, if he did not open the other 6 meridians, Ling Xiao's martial strength would stop at the level of a martial pupil. He would never be able to break through to the level of a mystic cultivator. Thus, Ling Xiao still had a long way to go. Fortunately, the miraculous effects of the 3 parts restoration qi were too surprising. It was only a matter of time before he could open all 12 meridians. The moon set and the sun rose. Another day had begun. Ling Xiao practiced Phantom Cloud Track and the first 2 forms of the cloud-expelling palm for an hour in the courtyard. After that, he did not continue cultivating. Instead, he cleaned up and prepared to go for a stroll in the market. This was the first time Ling Xiao had stepped out of his house since his transmigration. Chapter 5. The market was located at the very center of Meteorite City. It was only a mile away from the Ling family's residence, and it only took about a quarter of an hour to reach there. This was the first time that Ling Xiao had seen such a strange market, and he immediately wandered around with great interest. Looking at the hawkers on the streets and alleys, looking at the dazzling array of strange ornaments on the street. For the first time, Ling Xiao felt that this world was really fun, as if he had returned to the ancient times. Ling Xiao's gloominess was swept away. He wanted to relax today. He had been practicing for half a month, and although he didn't find it boring, he didn't want to relax. That wasn't the best way to practice. Ling Xiao had always believed that a balance between work and rest was the best method for him. Ling Xiao looked left and right, as if he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. Everything he saw was strange and inexplicable, which made people feel very funny. Ling Xiao walked to the front of a relatively grand ancient building, and looked at the inscribed board that was engraved with 3 simple but powerful characters, Herb Hall. Ling Xiao searched his memory and knew that this was the only place in Meteorite City that specialized in buying and selling spirit herbs. In the Xianling continent, spirit herbs were divided into 10 levels. The higher the level, the higher the value of the spirit herb. Generally, a level 1 spirit herb was worth more than 10 gold coins, a level 2 spirit herb was worth more than 1,000 gold coins, and a level 3 spirit herb was worth more than 10,000 gold coins. Level 4 spirit herbs were worth more than 100,000 gold coins, and generally, there was no market for them. As for level 5 to level 10 spirit herbs, their value was even more immeasurable. The herb hall also only sold level 1 to level 2 spirit herbs. Generally, spirit herbs above level 3 and 4 would be put up for auction. Only in this way could they be sold at a higher price. In Meteorite City, there were many groups and adventurers who went to the nearby desolate mountains to look for spirit herbs, and then brought them to the herb hall to exchange for gold coins. If someone was lucky enough to obtain a level 3 or even level 4 spirit herb, then they would become rich. However, there were many spirit beasts in the desolate mountains. In the periphery, they would often encounter some low-level spirit beasts, which might not be dangerous, but if they went deeper, they would lose their lives if they encountered a high-level spirit beast. Therefore, it was unrealistic for anyone to have the dream of looking for high-level spirit herbs, because they would often be dismembered by powerful spirit beasts before they could find spirit herbs. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still walked into the herb hall. In front of the door, 2 pretty maids bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome." Ling Xiao glanced at the two maids and inwardly praised, "These two girls are much prettier than those three-star receptionists." Upon entering the spirit grass hall, the spacious and comfortable hall was filled with the rich smell of spirit grass. Just a slight breath would make one feel refreshed. Ling Xiao looked from the right side of the counter and saw a bunch of strange spirit herbs that he had never seen before placed on the counter. He was dazzled by the sight. He looked around the level 1 area for spirit herbs and then ran to the level 2 area. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on a gray, lusterless spirit herb as he read the description. Low-level second-rank spirit herb, cold star grass, worth 1,500 gold coins. Water attribute spirit herb, can be used to refine pills. It is beneficial for water attribute martial artists to absorb it, can increase their xian strength, and aid in healing. F***ck, how could such a rotten herb be worth so much? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, he shifted his gaze to the other spiritual herbs. He saw a familiar spiritual herb. Low rank 2 spirit herb, King Crow Ginseng, worth 1,800 gold coins. Spirit herb with no attribute, can be used to refine pills. It can increase one's profound strength and extend one's lifespan. This ginseng is at least 500 years old, and it's only a low-tier 2 spirit grass. Then, wouldn't a mid-tier 2 spirit grass be at least 1,000 years old? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless. In fact, Ling Xiao's guess was only partially correct. Apart from the age, the most important thing was its effect. The more obvious the effect, the higher the grade. After Ling Xiao strolled around, an old man in front of the counter asked with a smile, "Young master, do you have any spiritual herbs that you like?" "Hee, I'm just looking around," Ling Xiao said with some embarrassment. "No problem." The old man nodded slightly without a trace of displeasure on his face. After a round, Ling Xiao was embarrassed to just look around and not buy anything. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, the old man took out a book from nowhere and handed it to Ling Xiao. "This is the catalog of spirit herbs that our shop gives you for free. Please take it back and have a look. If you have any suitable spiritual herbs, you can come to us to buy them. If you have good spiritual herbs, you can also provide them to us. Our herb hall's price is absolutely fair." Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. He happily took the catalog of spirit herbs, and thanked the old man before leaving the herb hall. With the catalog of spirit herbs, Ling Xiao could understand the types, effects, and shapes of the spiritual herbs on this continent. After he opened the 12 main meridians, he would need to find some spiritual herbs to nourish his body and increase his xian qi. It would be easier for him to advance, or he could sell them. In this day and age, it was impossible to not have money, and looking for spiritual herbs was undoubtedly the fastest way to make money. Ling Xiao happily put the catalog of spirit herbs in his arms. When he was about to go back, he found that the street in front of him was crowded by a group of people. Ling Xiao was curious and squeezed into the crowd. He saw a long-haired woman wearing simple clothes kneeling in front of the road. Her long hair covered her face, but from her figure, he could tell that this woman should only be about 15 or 16 years old. There was a card hanging in front of her chest. On the card were a few bright red words, "Selling body to bury mother." In Meteorite City, apart from the big families and a few merchants with business sense, it was already good enough for ordinary civilians to have enough to eat every day. For some poor families, it wasn't strange for people to starve to death. Therefore, it wasn't uncommon for girls to sell themselves to bury their mothers in Meteorite City. TSK. This girl has a good figure. It should be good to buy her to be a personal maid. A rich businessman with a big belly looked at the girl kneeling on the ground and said, "That's right, but if she dies, wouldn't she feel unlucky? If she were to be bought back and affect her luck, then it would be troublesome." Another thin and short middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous robe said in a strange tone, "Go, who doesn't know that you, Lu Donghua, are afraid of your family's tigress?" If she knew that you bought a maid, I'm afraid she would break your legs. The fat businessman disdainfully said to the thin and short middle-aged man. Then he said to the girl, "Hey, raise your head and let me see you. If you look okay, then I'll buy you." The girl's body slightly trembled, and she slowly raised her head. Then she gently brushed away the long hair in front of her face. A clean and fair face appeared in front of them. She didn't have any makeup on, but it was natural and beautiful. She had curved eyebrows and a pair of autumn eyes that were filled with endless grievances. Her nose was high, and her red lips were alluring. It gave people the urge to immediately go up and suck them. This girl was actually a beauty in the making. The childishness on her face had yet to fade and there was still a hint of immaturity. However, her exquisite figure was slender and elegant. It was not hard to imagine that as long as she was given 2 years to grow, she would definitely become a beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and countries. The surrounding men all swallowed their saliva, and greed appeared in their eyes. "I'll pay 10 gold coins, I want you." The fat businessman couldn't wait to bid. 10 gold coins was enough for an ordinary person to live for a year. If it was an ordinary servant, they could only be sold for 5 gold coins. One had to know that the Xianling continent didn't lack population. Just this meteor city alone had a population of 200 to 300 million. One could imagine how many people there were on this vast continent. "I'll pay 20 gold coins," the skinny middle-aged man said. He thought to himself, "Damn it, even if I have to fight with my old tiger mother, I'll still buy this girl. She's too beautiful." "Humph, I'll pay 30 gold coins," the fat businessman coldly snorted. "I'll pay 50 gold coins." At this time, another rich businessman joined in. "I'll pay 55 gold coins." "I'll pay 60 gold coins." The price continued to rise, causing the surrounding commoners to be speechless. They had never seen such a high price for a servant. If it was them, they would also die of happiness from being smashed by these gold coins. The girl kneeling on the ground, her long hair once again covered her face. She didn't move at all, as if she didn't care about these rich businessmen's prices at all. Finally, the fat businessman's body shook, and he shouted, "I'll pay 200 gold coins. Whoever bids higher than me, I admit defeat." Wow! At this time, the surrounding people were in an uproar. 200 gold coins was enough to buy a lot of servants, or even a lot of beautiful women. Many of the rich businessmen shut their mouths. It wasn't that they didn't have the money to bid, but they felt that 200 gold coins for a maid wasn't a good deal. "Heh, no one else is bidding against me, so you're mine." The fat businessman looked at the girl kneeling on the ground with a greedy expression. At this time, the crowd became restless, and everyone quickly made way for a path. An arrogant manservant walked in front of the fat businessman and pointed at the girl kneeling on the ground. "Our young master wants this girl, don't even think about it." "How can this be? I've already bid 200 gold coins. Don't tell me your young master is going to pay more." The fat businessman said reluctantly. The manservant coldly snorted, "Do you know who my young master is? No matter who it is, whoever wants to compete with me for this girl will have to pay more than me." The fat businessman was quite famous in Meteor City, and besides a few big families, he didn't fear anyone. "Is that so? It seems that my Li family's face isn't very useful in Meteor City." The crowd once again opened up a path, and a young man around 20 years old slowly walked in with several sturdy servants behind him. This young man's appearance was average, and his body was thin. His face was sickly pale, and his steps were unsteady. It was obvious at a glance that he was a person who drank too much. He was Li Guangyin, a direct descendant of one of Meteor City's 3 big families, the Li family. In Meteor City, he could be considered a notorious young thug, always relying on his Li family to bully others. Together with the Ling family's Ling Rui and the Luo family's Luo Biao, they were known as Meteor City's 3 young thugs. The fat businessman looked over, and his expression changed. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead, and he respectfully said to Li Guanyin, So it's young Master Li. How could this lowly one dare to compete with young Master Li for a woman? This lowly one will leave right now. The pot-bellied merchant kept retreating as he bowed his body. Humph, you want to leave? If I don't teach you a lesson, then you really don't put our Li family in your eyes. Break one of his legs. Li Guanyin coldly snorted. When the fat businessman heard this, he quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Young Master Li, please spare my life, let me go. Chapter 6. The fat merchant was sweating profusely as he begged for mercy. Unfortunately, Li Guanyin didn't pay any attention to him and only focused on the kneeling girl. The servants behind Li Guanyin were already familiar with their young master's personality. Usually, when he asked someone to be beaten, he would rarely show mercy. Thus, 3 or 4 servants beat the fat merchant until he screamed. Crack! Ah! One of the servants broke one of the fat merchant's legs. He screamed in pain and fainted on the spot. The crowd at the side had already dispersed far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Li Guanyin ordered, Throw him far away, don't be an eyesore here. Thus, the servants carried the fat merchant away. Little girl, quickly raise your head and let me see you, Li Guanyin said with an anxious expression. The girl timidly raised her head and once again pushed aside the hair that covered her face, revealing her stunning face. Wow! That's amazing! Li Guanyin revealed a lustful expression and rubbed his hands together, almost drooling. Young master, if you're willing to pay for my mother's burial, I'm willing to be your servant. The girl knelt on the ground and begged. Her voice sounded like she was sobbing, truly pitiful. Your mother is already dead. What's the point of burying her? Come, quickly come with me. As long as you serve me well, I'll buy you new clothes, jewelry, and accessories. Li Guanyin reached out to pull the girl. You're so unlucky. Li Guanyin reached out to grab the girl. The girl was stubborn and filial. She avoided Li Guanyin and said, Young master, if you're not willing to pay for my mother's burial, I won't go with you. Oh, you actually dare to disobey. Didn't you see that my temper wasn't that good just now? Obediently come back with me, and maybe I'll let you become my personal servant. If you dare to resist again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Guanyin put his hands on his waist and said with a bit of displeasure. The girl no longer responded and stood up. Perhaps it was because she had knelt for too long that her blood flow was blocked, but she almost stumbled and knelt down again. Yes, that's more like it, Li Guanyin said proudly. Unexpectedly, the girl didn't say anything and turned to leave. Xiaopi wants to run? Stop her! Li Guanyin shouted. He was the young master of the Li family, but she didn't even take him seriously. He was furious. He had to suppress this woman until she couldn't get up. Several servants stopped the girl who was about to run away. Li Guanyin took 2 steps forward and raised his hand to hit the girl. The girl closed her eyes tightly, as if she had already accepted the fate of being beaten. At this moment, a fair hand grabbed Li Guanyin's arm, preventing him from swinging it down. The great young master of the Li family is bullying a girl who doesn't even have the strength to lift a chicken. You've really lost all face for the Li family, Ling Xiao said to Li Guanyin with a disdainful smile. He had been watching from the side for a long time. If this girl had been bought by some rich businessman, he definitely wouldn't have interfered. After all, everyone was willing, and it wasn't against the law. It also had nothing to do with him, so he didn't have to show sympathy to help change her fate. However, whether it was in this life or his previous life, Ling Xiao hated this kind of bully. If Li Guanyin was willing to pay for the burial of this girl's mother, then he would let it go. But this guy actually wanted to save the burial money and directly take her away. He couldn't help but feel extremely disgusted with Li Guanyin, so he chose to stop him. Li Guangyin was extremely annoyed when he was stopped. He turned around and stared blankly, then laughed loudly and said, "I was wondering who it was. So it's our Meteor City's most powerful genius. What, could it be that you, genius Ling, want to steal my woman?" Ling Xiao broke through the mystic realm at the age of 15 and became a low-level mystic cultivator. He was once praised as a rare genius of Meteor City, but not long after, he was plotted against and his cultivation was destroyed, turning him into a cripple. Everyone in Meteor City knew about his glorious deeds. Ling Xiao disapprovingly said, "Just now, someone offered 200 gold coins to buy this girl. If you, young Master Li, want this girl, you should at least offer 500 gold coins. Otherwise, wouldn't you lose face for your Li family?" Li Guangyin shook off Ling Xiao's hand and said disdainfully, "Trash Ling, did your head get kicked by a donkey? If Ling Rui was here, maybe I would give him some face, but you, a cripple who isn't even a martial disciple, have the qualifications to teach me a lesson? If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. It seems that you don't intend to pay." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. F***ck, I'm going to kill her on the street. Let's see what you can do to me. Li Guangyin scolded, and at the same time, prepared to use force on the girl. Although Li Guangyin's talent was average and he didn't practice martial arts, he was still an 8th-level martial disciple. Of course, he didn't put Ling Xiao, this trash, in his eyes. Not to mention that he had so many servants by his side, and each of them was a 3rd or 4th-level martial disciple. "You asked for it, don't blame me." Ling Xiao snorted and stepped on the cloud phantom shadow, instantly appearing behind Li Guangyin's head. Flowing water flowing cloud, a palm struck the back of Li Guangyin's head. Li Guangyin's reaction was fast enough, and he instantly dodged the sneak attack from the back of his head. However, his shoulder was firmly hit by Ling Xiao's palm, causing him to stagger a few steps forward. The pain from his shoulder made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "You're courting death." Li Guangyin turned around and threw a punch at Ling Xiao's face. His speed was very fast, and in an instant, he was in front of Ling Xiao. However, the current Ling Xiao was no longer the original Ling Xiao. He was already half a martial disciple, and could be said to have reached the strength of a 6th-level martial disciple. Coupled with the steps of the cloud phantom shadow, his speed was more than twice as fast as Li Guangyin's. Ling Xiao's previous life's battle experience was especially rich, and he chose to use softness to attack this kind of pure power type attack. He tilted his head, raised his hand, and grabbed Li Guangyin's arm. Then, he took the opportunity to lead Li Guangyin forward, and at this time, he kicked Li Guangyin's calf. Plop! Li Guangyin threw himself forward. "Young master!" The servants immediately cried out in alarm, and one after another ran over to help. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit rose. He just happened to want to train his body's reaction speed. His feet stepped on the cloud phantom shadow, and both his palms attacked the servant at the front. Flowing water cloud. The servant couldn't react in time, and was hit in the face by Ling Xiao's palm. His body took a few steps back and fell to the ground. At this time, 2 servants had already attacked Ling Xiao. One of them swung a heavy fist, and the other kicked in the air. The 2 of them, one on top and one on bottom, wanted to catch Ling Xiao off guard. Ling Xiao was not afraid, and instead revealed a trace of a smile. His footwork continuously changed, and he circled behind one of the servants. With the first move of the Sky Frost Fist, frosty wind pouncing on the face, he punched the servant's back. Immediately after, his body flipped in the air, and his leg kicked out several afterimages. This was the first move of the Wind God's kick, Wind-Grasping Shadow. In an instant, the 2 servants were defeated by Ling Xiao. At this time, the last 3 servants were attacking. Ling Xiao was full of fighting spirit. He turned into a series of afterimages, and before the 3 of them launched their attacks, he would always catch them off guard and knock them over with one move. Li Guangyin, who was not far away, looked at the majestic Ling Xiao with a dumbfounded expression. His body couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that this trash can cultivate Xianqi again? When Ling Xiao knocked down the last servant, Li Guangyin no longer hesitated, and turned to escape. Want to escape? No way. Ling Xiao snorted, and like a swallow, he chased after Li Guangyin, and heavily kicked Li Guangyin's back. Li Guangyin let out a blood-curdling scream, and once again fell to the ground. Ling Xiao stepped on Li Guangyin's face, and disdainfully said, "Young Master Li, why aren't you escaping?" Ling Xiao really liked this feeling of stepping on people. He swore in his heart that he must quickly increase his strength. As long as he had strength, he could once again rule over the world. Young Master Ling, please let me go. I don't want this woman anymore, okay? Li Guangyin's face intimately touched the ground, and he pitifully begged for mercy. He really didn't expect that after beating up that big belly just now, in the blink of an eye, it would be him being taught a lesson. Humph, I'm not as arrogant as you, young Master Li. Give me 500 gold coins, and I'll let you go. Ling Xiao sneered. Damn, is Xiao Gizi dead? If he's not dead, then hurry up and do as young Master Ling says. Give 500 gold coins to young Master Ling, Li Guangyin scolded. A manservant quickly climbed up with a heavy bag of gold coins in his hand, and respectfully handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao weighed it for a moment, and kicked Li Guangyin, saying, "Get lost. If I see you bully men and women again, I won't forgive you." Yes. Li Guangyin got up, and after a few words, he didn't care about calling his servants, and quickly ran away. Ling Xiao ignored Li Guangyin and the others, and turned around, only to see that the girl was still standing in the middle of the field, as if she was scared by the situation just now. Ling Xiao walked in front of her, and handed the gold coins to the woman, saying, "Take it, find a good place for your mother to be buried. The remaining gold coins are enough for you to start a small business." Ling Xiao was born with a tender heart for the fairer sex. Just now, he had also seen the girl's face, and even he couldn't help but marvel at the girl's appearance. As long as she dressed up a little, she would definitely be much more beautiful than the celebrities in his previous life, and her prospects would be even more promising. It was just that this girl was so pitiful that he couldn't have any dirty thoughts. He just wanted to help her out of pure instinct. The girl stretched out her delicate little hand, timidly took the gold coins, and then knelt heavily on the ground, saying, "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, young master." When the girl raised her head, she found that Ling Xiao had already walked far away. "Benefactor, I will definitely find you. I'm already yours." Chapter 7. Ling Xiao's achievements in the battle on the south street of the city instantly spread like a plague. He was once a rare genius in Meteor City, he once rose like a golden sun. He had once become a useless piece of trash in a single night. He had once fallen like a comet in an instant. No matter if he was once famous because of glory, or now forgotten because of shame, he once again became the focus of Meteor City. Li Guangyin was kneeling in front of his father, not daring to raise his arrogant head. The middle-aged man in front of the main hall was his father, Li Yuanhua. He had the strength of a mid-level mystic disciple and was the second son of the head of the Li family. The young man sitting on the right side of the main hall looked somewhat similar to Li Guangyin. He was Li Guangyin's half-brother, Li Guanghan. He had the strength of a high-level Xian practitioner and could be considered an outstanding talent among his peers. He believed that in less than a year or two, he could release his Xian energy and break through to the mystic disciple level. Li Yuanhua asked lightly, "Are you sure that the person who hit you today was Ling Xiao from the Ling family?" The Ling Xiao who was called the useless father and son, together with his father Ling Zhan who can no longer practice martial arts. Li Guangyin kept nodding and said, "Father, what I said is true. That was definitely Ling Xiao." Xiao Gizi and the others can testify for me. Li Yuanhua turned to his eldest son and said, Guanghan, what do you think? Li Guanghan said, I think what second brother said should be true. Could it be that the Ling family is taking a step back in order to advance, purposely spreading rumors that Ling Xiao can no longer practice martial arts, purposely numbing everyone so that we will give up our wariness of Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao can cultivate in peace? Li Yuanhua guessed. Li Guanghan pondered for a moment before saying, I don't think so. Although this will make everyone ignore Ling Xiao's existence, it will hurt the Ling family's reputation. This is not worth it. Li Yuanhua waved his hand and said, the tallest tree in the forest will be cut down by the wind. If we can let Ling Xiao, this rare genius, continue to cultivate, then even if we lose a bit of face, it doesn't matter. Just in case Ling Xiao breaks through to the spirit master level, at that time, how many people in Meteorite City can stop him? This way, the Ling clan will have gained a great help. Why don't we let the child try it? Li Guanghan asked. I'll discuss this with your grandfather before making a decision, Li Yuanhua muttered to himself. He then scolded Li Guangyin, trash, you've completely lost the face of the Li family. Go to the back of the mountain and reflect on your mistakes. You're not allowed to step out for a month. Li Guangyin heaved a sigh of relief and said with a downcast face, yes, father. Ling Rui's residence. Ma Zi, who had a white cloth wrapped around the bridge of his nose, was telling Ling Rui what had happened today. After listening, Ling Rui furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. After a while, he waved his hand for Ma Zi to leave and then walked out of the room. He came to the east side of the room and knocked on the door. Come in. A faint voice came from inside the room. Inside the room sat a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. His forehead was slightly protruding, his face was thin, and his pair of eagle eyes made people feel cold. In his hand was a scroll, and his expression was indifferent. Father, Ling Rui bowed and greeted. The middle-aged man in front of him was Ling Rui's father, Ling Chong. He was at the peak of the middle mystic level, and only needed one more year of cultivation to break through to the high-level mystic level. Rui, what's the matter? Ling Chong asked, still reading the book. I have something to report, Ling Rui said. Let's hear it. Ling Chong put down the book and looked at Ling Rui. Then, Ling Rui reported the incident of Ling Xiao hitting Ma Zi and Dog Nose, as well as the incident of Ling Xiao beating up Li Guangyin and the others at the market. After listening to his son's report, Ling Chong frowned, then waved his hand and said, all right, I got it. You can go out first, and don't find trouble with Ling Xiao before the family test. Ling Rui responded respectfully and then left the room. Not long after, Ling Chong walked out of the room, and in a flash, he headed towards the inner courtyard of the family. With regards to other people's reactions, Ling Xiao was completely unaware. When he returned home, he greeted his parents and went back into his room. Then, he began to study the Catalogue of Spirit Herbs. As long as he mastered the Catalogue of Spirit Herbs, and found a way to get some spirit herbs, not only could he improve his physique and increase his strength, he could also silently make a fortune. This simple life would definitely be very comfortable. For the next 3 days, Ling Xiao would spend 2 hours reading every day, and the rest of the time would be used to cultivate Xian Qi, striving to break through the 12 main meridians as soon as possible. In these 3 days, Ling Xiao had once again broken through another meridian, and had already opened up 7 meridians. If this continued, in less than half a month, he would definitely be able to open up all 12 meridians and regain the body of a martial artist. At that time, he would be able to absorb Xian Qi into his Dantian and cultivate the first level of the 3 parts returning to origin Qi. With his current talent, it would definitely not be a problem for him to cultivate to the 7th level, and as for the 8th and 9th level, it should not be a problem either. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was particularly excited. In this continent where martial arts were respected and where martial arts were king, he could gallop north and south of the river, laugh proudly in the martial arts world, and do whatever he wanted. He would no longer be restricted by the rules and regulations of the world like in his previous life. He had the greatest dream of all men: when awake, control the world; when drunk, lie on the knees of beautiful women. He believed that it was definitely not a dream here. That morning, Ling Xiao finally finished reading the Catalogue of Spirit Herbs. He did not expect that his memory would become so abnormal after his time travel. This book was 7 or 8 centimeters thick, but he could remember 70% of it after reading it once. After reading it for the second time, the contents of the book were all imprinted in his mind, and he could not erase them no matter what. The Catalogue of Spirit Herbs was useless now, so Ling Xiao threw it on the bedside and was about to start meditating. There was a knock on the door, followed by his mother's voice: "Xiao, someone is looking for you outside." Ling Xiao was very puzzled, so he walked out of the room and asked, "Mother, who is looking for me?" He searched his memory, and it turned out that he was a cultivation maniac with no friends, so he could not figure out who would be looking for him. Meng Shiyun looked at her son, who was gradually becoming more robust, and smiled with satisfaction, then said, "There is a little girl outside, saying that she is looking for you." Little girl? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then a pretty face appeared in his mind, and he was puzzled. Could it be her? Ling Xiao and Meng Shiyun walked together to the door. They saw a girl dressed in simple and plain clothes, standing in front of the door with both hands tightly holding a bag. Wasn't she the girl that Ling Xiao saved in the market a few days ago? Now, she simply tied up her hair that was as black as a waterfall. Her beautiful face was like a lotus that had just emerged from the water, revealing a bit of a bright red, making her look extremely lively and beautiful. Her eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, fine nose, and red lips were all perfectly matched. Her bulging chest was like a flower bud that was about to bloom, ready to bloom at any time. Her slender waist, perky and round buttocks, and long and slender legs, made her look even more slender and elegant, attracting people's liking. When the girl saw Ling Xiao, she immediately knelt down and respectfully said, "This servant greets young master." Ling Xiao and Meng Shiyun were both startled. Ling Xiao quickly went forward to help the girl up, but at the last moment, he asked Meng Shiyun for help. Meng Shiyun went forward to help the girl up and said, "Little girl, get up and talk." The girl was still kneeling on the ground, not willing to get up. "If you have something to say, get up and talk. It's not proper for you to kneel like this," Ling Xiao unhappily said. He was completely confused and couldn't understand what was going on with this girl. The girl was very obedient to Ling Xiao and replied, "Yes, young master." Then she slowly stood up. "Come, if you have anything to say, let's talk inside." Meng Shiyun sized up the youth with a bright smile. It was enough to prove that she was very satisfied with this girl. She didn't feel that her son was wronged even as a daughter-in-law. Back in the hall, Meng Shiyun and Ling Xiao sat down, but the girl refused to sit down and just stood next to Ling Xiao. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "You can sit." "This servant doesn't dare." The girl slightly nodded. Ling Xiao was speechless. It turned out that this woman really thought of him as her maid. "What's your name?" Ling Xiao asked. "This servant's name is Bayushi." "Yushi, Xiaoyu makes people feel pity for you." "Not a bad name, it suits you very well." Ling Xiao smiled and praised her. After a pause, he said, "Yushi. Miss Yushi, that day, I just couldn't stand Li Guangyin's evil actions, so I taught him a lesson. I didn't mean to save you, so you don't need to take it to heart. Let's forget about that day's matter, you don't need to be my maid. Furthermore, the money isn't mine. If you really want to repay me, then we'll be good friends in the future. What do you say?" Ling Xiao had just finished speaking when Bayushi knelt down again and sobbed, "Yushi already made a heavy vow that whoever helps me bury my mother, I'll be their maid. If young master doesn't want this servant, then this servant can only repay young master's kindness with death." Woman, what kind of bullshit vow is this? Isn't it good that I don't want you to be my maid? We can be friends, on equal footing, we can talk about everything, discuss people, discuss martial arts. Ling Xiao was speechless at this girl's stubbornness. He had to explain himself. He even wanted to say, discuss life, but fortunately, he changed his words in time. Bai Yushi listened to Ling Xiao's words, but she didn't say anything. She just kept sobbing. Ling Xiao had to ask his mother for help again. Xiao, what exactly is going on? Tell your mother. Meng Shiyun didn't understand the relationship between the two of them and was completely confused. So Ling Xiao simply explained the situation. He only said that he had casually helped Bai Yushi, and now Bai Yushi wanted to fulfill her vow to be his maid. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that my luck is so good that a random beauty can fall for me? Meng Shiyun finally understood, so she said to Bai Yushi, little girl, do you really want to follow Xiao, for the rest of your life? Bai Yushi firmly nodded and said, yes, madam. Yushi is willing to be young master's maid for the rest of my life. I won't go back on my word. Alright, I'll accept you in place of Xiao, From now on, you're a member of the Ling clan. But you're not a maid, you're my goddaughter. Are you willing? Meng Shiyun held Bai Yushi's hand and spoke kindly. Goddaughter? Ling Xiao and Bai Yushi were both stunned. Chapter 8. A sumptuous meal was placed on the table, and the whole family sat at the table. There was also a shy and charming girl. The four of them ate and chatted happily. Ling Zhan's family hadn't been this happy in a long time. Even Ling Zhan, who always had a sullen face, had a rare smile today. Ling Xiao raised his wine cup and smiled at the family. From today onwards, Yushi is my mother's goddaughter, my father's goddaughter, and my godsister. The four of us are a family, and I hope that everyone can love each other forever. Cheers. After saying that, Ling Xiao tilted his head back and downed the wine. With such a beautiful sister, Ling Xiao was happy from the bottom of his heart. Right, Xiao, is right. Our family must love each other forever. Meng Shiyun looked at her son and was clearly moved by his words. She quickly covered her face and drank the wine. She really couldn't believe that this was her son. Ever since her son's meridians were crippled, he became quiet and kept everything in his heart. He only cared about how to rebuild his Xian Qi. In this half a month, she felt that her son had become more cheerful, and she was happy from the bottom of her heart. Ling Zhan smiled and also drank the wine. Bai Yushi shyly drank the wine and then took the wine pot to pour wine for the three of them. No one refused. Bai Yushi picked up Meng Shiyun's wine and knelt in front of her. Godmother, Yushi will drink to you. Okay. Godmother doesn't have much to give you. Although this golden branch isn't anything valuable, it has been my personal accessory for many years. Now, I will give it to you. In the future, you will be Godmother's good daughter. Meng Shiyun had always wanted a daughter, but after Ling Zhan was crippled, even that ability was hindered. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, she was very happy. Bai Yushi did not act coquettishly and accepted the golden branch. She then proceeded to toast Ling Zhan and Ling Xiao. After a few cups, Bai Yushi's face was already red. She came in front of Ling Xiao and was about to kneel down, but Ling Xiao stopped her and said, "You and I are siblings, there's no need to be so polite. This brother will drink this cup, and as for the gift, I will make it up to you another day." With that, Ling Xiao raised his head and drank the wine. Unexpectedly, as soon as Ling Xiao let go of Bai Yushi, she knelt down again. "Young master is this servant's benefactor. Although madam has accepted me as her goddaughter, in this servant's heart, young master is already my master. My mother has taught me since I was young that a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of water. Young master, please reject this servant, and this servant will serve young master well." how could I do that? Hurry up and get up. In the future, we'll be siblings. How could I let you be my slave? Ling Xiao hastily waved his hand. Who knew that Bai Yushi would actually start crying again? Forget it, Xiao, since Yushi is so kind, let her serve you. We should have maids anyway, it's just that. Meng Shiyun persuaded from the side. Ling Xiao nodded helplessly, all right, Yushi, get up. You can't kneel so easily in the future, or else I'll chase you out of the house. No one will be able to stop me. Thank you, young master. Bai Yushi immediately bowed and stood up. After the family finished dinner, Ling Zhan called Ling Xiao to the study. Did you beat up Li Guangyin from the Li family a few days ago? Ling Zhan immediately got to the point. Ling Xiao didn't have anything to hide, so he immediately nodded and said, yes. Hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation, Ling Zhan's body trembled slightly, then he looked at Ling Xiao with excitement and said, you can cultivate Xianxia again? Looking at Ling Zhan's fiery eyes, Ling Xiao didn't know how to answer. It wasn't that he didn't want to admit it, it was that he didn't know how to explain his situation. He couldn't say that he wasn't Ling Xiao's biological son, that he was a transmigrator who used his past life's internal energy to break through his meridians. If he didn't admit it, then how could he explain beating up Li Guangyin and his group? He couldn't say that the other party was too showy, that they were even worse than trash. Xiao, is there something you can't say? Ling Zhan saw Ling Xiao's hesitation and couldn't help but ask nervously. Father, to tell you the truth, I can cultivate Xianqi again, but... Ling Xiao revealed a troubled expression. Really, why is this so? Ling Zhan was delighted at first, but then he became serious and said, don't tell me, you've cultivated some kind of demonic art? Ling Zhan had heard before that there was a person in Meteor City who had all his meridians destroyed. Later on, he cultivated some kind of demonic art and became a blood-sucking demon. He was extremely terrifying, and in the end, the experts of several great families came out to encircle and annihilate him. However, in that battle, 8 of their experts were killed by the demon, and the losses were heavy. How could that be possible? Ling Xiao immediately replied. Then he said, Father, I was actually planning to tell you this news later, but since you already know, I'll tell you. But you have to keep it a secret for me. Ling Zhan let out a sigh of relief and nodded, Father knows, you are my son. Even if I die, I don't want anything to happen to you. At this time, Ling Xiao began to weave a kind and flustered story. Father, half a month ago, I was beaten half to death by Ling Rui. You know this, and after that, I slept for 3 days and 3 nights without waking up. Do you know why? Ling Zhan listened attentively and very cooperatively shook his head. That's because I was having an immortal dream, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. An immortal dream? Ling Zhan asked in surprise. Ling Xiao nodded and said, that's right, I had a very long dream at that time. In the dream, there was an immortal called Sanju who saw that my bones were extraordinary and wanted to take me in as a disciple. He even taught me many mystical techniques, one of which could open up blocked meridians. At first, I thought that he was lying, but I didn't think that I would actually be able to open up my meridians after trying it out. I believe that it won't be long before I can open up all 12 meridians. At that time, I can once again become a profound practitioner. I originally planned to tell you after I opened up all 12 meridians, Father. There's actually such a miraculous thing. Ling Zhan said excitedly. Looking at the serious expression on Ling Zhao's face, he was already 70 to 80% convinced. Adding on the fact that Ling Zhao's training had already shown results, he was even more convinced. Furthermore, the continent was so vast, and he had heard that there were some extremely powerful experts in certain places. Perhaps one of those experts had taken a liking to his son and wanted to take him in as a disciple. Thinking of this, Ling Zhan's eyes became fiery. Yes, but that immortal said that I can't tell anyone else about this, Ling Xiao said with a somewhat timid expression, as if he was afraid that the immortal would find out. Aya, it's all Father's fault. Alright, you can go now. Father won't interfere in any of your matters in the future. Remember, you must train properly and not let down the immortal's expectations. Ling Zhan patted the back of his head and said in an extremely vexed tone. Ling Xiao could see that this cheap father of his was indeed not the kind of person who was eager for quick success and instant benefits. Furthermore, he quite cared about him, and in his heart, he felt that having this pair of parents was not bad at all. Father, since I've already told you, I'll now impart the set of Xian techniques that can open meridians to you, so that you can quickly escape from your current predicament. In the future, if anyone dares to call us father and son trash, I'll King send them to hell, Ling Xiao said with a serious expression. Is this appropriate? If the immortal were to find out, wouldn't he blame you? Ling Zhan's body trembled as he clenched his fists tightly. His current state had already betrayed his inner thoughts. He had already been a cripple for 12 years, and had been despised and ridiculed by others for 12 years. Every day, he would muddle-headedly pass his days drunk. He had once thought of committing suicide, but fortunately, his wife constantly consoled him. Coupled with the fact that he saw his son's astonishing talent, he was able to persevere. Who knew that 2 years ago, his son would once again follow his old path and be plotted against? In the end, they were unable to find out who the culprit was. Both father and son could only sullenly hole up in this small courtyard where no one cared about them. Even in his dreams, he wanted to return to the family, even in his dreams, he wanted to go back and help his father who was the patriarch. Today, with just a word from his son, he could once again stand up. How could he not be excited? How could he not think about it? But if he accepted his son's teachings and was afraid that the immortal would find out, wouldn't that be harming his son? His heart was in a dilemma. Ling Xiao seemed to have seen through his father's dilemma and hurriedly said, Father, it's all right. That immortal once said that this set of Xian skills is the most ordinary kind to him and can be controlled by me. He won't blame me for passing it on to anyone. Really? Really? Ling Zhan was so emotional that 2 rows of tears rolled down his face. Back then, when his meridians were destroyed, he did not even cry. Now that he had lost his composure in front of his son, it was clear how excited he was. Ling Xiao did not waste any time and did not waste any words. In any case, he had already decided to forget the past and wholeheartedly show filial piety to his parents, becoming a new person in this world. Ling Zhan was not like Ling Xiao, who was already familiar with the heavenly frost qi, cloud-dispelling force, and divine wind technique. Thus, it was a little difficult for him to remember the chant. It was only after Ling Xiao had repeated it 5 times that he managed to remember everything. He then passed on the essence of the 3 parts, returning energy to Ling Zhan, saying that he would have to rely on his own cultivation in the future. Ling Xiao saw that Ling Zhan had already completely immersed himself in cultivation and did not say anything else. He directly left the study. When Ling Xiao returned to his room, he saw Bai Yushi standing in front of his door. He could not help but bitterly smile. This girl was really determined to be his maid. Young master, you're back. This servant has already prepared the bath water. This servant will help young master bathe and change his clothes. Bai Yushi said with a slight bow. Seeing that she was so stubborn, Ling Xiao also dispelled the thought of letting her leave. Since she wanted to repay his kindness, then let her be. Thinking about how he would have such a beautiful maid by his side in the future, it was also something that would give him a lot of face. Ling Xiao nodded and opened the door. As expected, the wooden bucket was already filled with warm water. This servant will help young master change his clothes. Bai Yushi stepped forward and somewhat clumsily helped Ling Xiao take off his clothes. Ling Xiao saw that her delicate face was flushed red. It seemed that she had already mentally prepared herself. Even if Ling Xiao wanted her, she would definitely not resist. However, Ling Xiao would definitely not use force to beg for favors. Even if he wanted Bai Yushi, it would also be when everyone was willing and there were no other disputes mixed in. Alright, in the future, you just need to prepare the water properly. I'm used to bathing alone. You can go back and rest. Ling Xiao said to Bai Yushi after taking off his outer clothes. This won't do, this servant. Bai Yushi hurriedly said. Before she could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted her and said, "Are you going to disobey my orders?" Bai Yushi immediately said in fear, "This servant doesn't dare." "Since you don't dare, then do as I say." Ling Xiao said in a deep voice. "Yes, young master." Bai Yushi looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. After bowing, she left the room. This girl, it seems like I need to properly train her. Ling Xiao said to himself as he took off his clothes and jumped into the bucket. Chapter 9. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days had passed. Ling Xiao had been in this world for an entire month. According to his calculations, he should have been able to break through the 12 standard meridians. Unfortunately, it was extremely difficult to break through the last few meridians. So far, he had only broken through the 10th meridian. Tonight, he was preparing to break through the 11th meridian. The profound energy that had been accumulating for a long time formed a surging hot current. It advanced unimpeded all the way until it reached the juncture. Rumble. All the energy in his body rushed into the blocked meridians. The huge impact caused Ling Xiao to once again feel the piercing pain, causing him to scream in agony. Large beads of sweat continuously flowed down his body. His entire body was already drenched. The veins on his body were bulging, and there were faint specks of blood in between his pores. His entire person looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. This was the 15th time he had failed. Damn it, I don't believe I can break through. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, accumulating energy once more and launching another attack. Rumble. Pfft. This time, Ling Xiao did not succeed. Instead, he suffered a backlash from the energy and suffered an internal injury. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Damn, I almost lost my life. Ling Xiao fell head first onto the ground, his entire body becoming weak and powerless. Just like that, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and lay there quietly for the entire night. When he woke up the next day, he was full of energy again, as if he had not been injured at all. This was all thanks to the self-healing ability of the 3 parts restoration energy. As soon as Ling Xiao walked out of the room, he immediately found Bai Yushi waiting at the door with water to wash his face. Ling Xiao was already used to her service. He smiled at her and said, "Yushi, you're up early. It's been hard on you." As Ling Xiao spoke, he picked up a towel to wash his face. Bai Yushi blossomed into a moving smile and said, "It's only right for this servant to serve young master. There's nothing hard about it." Ling Xiao just happened to see her smile and couldn't help but be a little dazed. As always, Bai Yushi's beautiful face was bare, without a single trace of makeup on. She had naturally smooth and delicate skin, crescent-shaped eyes, round and thin red cherry lips, and 2 shallow dimples at the side, making it very easy for people to sink into her. Bai Yushi's heart thumped quickly when she was stared at by Ling Xiao. Her heart inexplicably felt a sweetness in it. She gently turned her pretty face away, appearing even more bashful and moving. Sorry. Ling Xiao apologized, put the towel down, and ran to the courtyard to begin his morning exercise. Ling Xiao stood on Cloud Trail Phantom while cursing himself for being shameless. He actually had a reaction when he looked at Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi looked at Ling Xiao, who was walking in a strange manner, and suddenly burst into a flower-like smile again, causing the surrounding scenery to pale in comparison. "Brother Jean, what's wrong?" Meng Xiyun's worried voice could be heard. Just as Ling Xiao stopped, his father ran out of the house. At this time, Ling Zhan was like a child who just got candy. He said to Ling Xiao, "Son, I did it, I did it." Ling Xiao was overjoyed. "Father, you've opened all of your meridians?" Ling Xiao's words made Ling Zhan smile awkwardly. "How can it be that fast? I just opened the first meridian. 10 days of hard work has finally paid off. I believe that in less than half a year, I will be able to cultivate again." Huh. "Oh, that's good. I hope father can recover your strength soon." Ling Xiao congratulated. In these 10 days, his father had been in closed-door training. Now that he had come out, he was very happy. Ling Zhan thought that his father had opened all of his meridians. He didn't think that only one meridian had been opened. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. Ling Zhan could see that Ling Xiao didn't mean what he said. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao, how long did it take you to open the first meridian?" "It took quite a long time." Ling Xiao didn't want to hurt his father's confidence, so he answered after thinking for a moment. Hearing this, Ling Zhan straightened his back and said, "You don't need to be discouraged. As a father, I also train day and night to break through in such a short time. As long as you keep working hard every day, I believe that you will soon reach the same speed as me." Ling Xiao was speechless. He didn't want to hurt his father's confidence, so he was about to return to his room. However, Ling Zhan was a little too excited. He proudly asked, "Xiao, you've already cultivated for a month. How many meridians have you opened?" In fact, he was thinking that his son might have only opened 1 or 2 meridians. After all, opening meridians was a very painful process. He didn't know if his son would be able to handle it. "I still need 2 more to open all 12 meridians." Ling Xiao said and turned to return to his room. 2 is already not bad. "What, I'm just short of 2 more." Ling Zhan muttered to himself before exclaiming in shock. He had spent 10 days to open the first meridian, and he thought that it was already very impressive. However, his son had only spent a month to open 10 meridians. This speed was several times faster than his own. In an instant, Ling Zhan felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. All of his arrogance disappeared. Meng Xiyun patted Ling Zhan's shoulder and said, "Big brother Zhan, why are you shouting so early in the morning?" "No, I can't lose to my son." Ling Zhan ignored his wife and shook his head. His eyes became resolute as he said those words. He then turned around and ran back to his study. What's going on? Why is he acting like a child? Meng Xiyun complained to herself as she looked at her husband who ran back to the study. Ling Xiao did not cultivate today. Last night, he was unable to open the 11th meridian. He knew that this meridian was too damaged, so he decided to go to the desolate mountain range to find a second-grade king crow ginseng. The king crow ginseng had the effect of relaxing the meridians, increasing one's xian qi and prolonging one's lifespan. Although eating the king crow ginseng would not help him open his meridians, it could relax them and expand the meridians he had already opened. It would increase his xian qi and help him break through the next meridian. The king crow ginseng could be bought from the spirit herb hall, but it cost 1,800 gold coins. This amount of money was not something an ordinary person could take out. If his father was placed in an important position in the family, this amount might not be much. But now that his family had lost their status, they only received 30 gold coins a month. To them, 1,800 gold coins was an astronomical amount. Therefore, if Ling Xiao wanted to obtain the king crow ginseng, he could only go to the desolate mountain range to find it. However, before going to the desolate mountain range, Ling Xiao had to make a trip to the market to prepare some outdoor supplies and find a suitable weapon. One had to know that other than the Sky Frost Fist, Cloud Expelling Palm, and Wind God's Kick, he still had an even more powerful killing move that he had yet to display. After taking a bath, Ling Xiao changed into a set of pure white robes. His long hair was combed by Yushi, making it look extremely stylish. Coupled with his handsome face, he had the demeanor of a handsome young man. Yushi, I'm going to the market today. Do you want to come with me? Ling Xiao asked. Yushi said softly, this servant will listen to young master. I've already told you n times, you're not allowed to call me servant in the future. Otherwise, I won't let you serve me anymore. Ling Xiao said with a straight face. Servant. Yushi understands. Yushi's eyes were slightly red as she gripped the corner of her clothes. Ling Xiao's heart softened. He caressed Yushi's delicate face and said, be obedient in the future. You have to remember that you're a member of our Ling family, not a servant or a maid. You're the goddaughter of my parents. You have to raise your head and be a person, understand? Yushi blinked her long eyelashes, and her delicate face was flushed red. She felt Ling Xiao's gentle touch, and it was as if her whole heart had been melted by Ling Xiao. She immediately replied in a low voice, I'll listen to young master. From now on, I'll only serve young master and my parents. That's right. Come with me to the market, Ling Xiao said with a nod. He said this to build up Yushi's confidence, so that she could live a strong and independent life in the future. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the two of them arrived at the Meteorite City Market. Yushi, do you know where there's a weapon shop? Ling Xiao turned his head and asked Yushi who was beside him. Yushi didn't know what she was thinking just now. She was stunned for a moment before she said, young master, you. What are you asking me? Do you know where I can buy weapons? Ling Xiao repeated again. I know there's one in the east of the city, Yushi replied. Alright, take me there, Ling Xiao said. After walking for a while, the two of them came to a shop with all kinds of weapons hanging at the door. Ling Xiao sized it up for a moment, then walked in. What weapon do you want? Please feel free to take a look, an old man who was about 50 years old greeted them. Ling Xiao nodded at the old man, and then walked directly to the place where all kinds of swords were displayed. These swords were particularly stylish, but they lacked an attractive aura. At a glance, one could tell that they were just ordinary weapons. However, it wasn't easy to find a good weapon in this kind of place. Ling Xiao picked up a dazzling giant sword and sized it up. This sword's appearance was very impressive. The sword hilt was a dragon's head, and the blade was carved with a few spiritual patterns. It should be a good sword. Young master, you have good taste. This is a middle grade 1 giant dragon sword. It was forged with rare dark steel and weighs 48 kilograms. Even a second-rank mountain pangolin can injure it, the old man immediately introduced. The second-rank mountain pangolin was a kind of spiritual beast with extremely strong defense. Ordinary weapons couldn't hurt its skin and flesh. How much is this sword? Ling Xiao asked. Only 70 gold coins. If young master really needs it, I can let you take it away for 68 gold coins. The old man was quite good at talking. 68 gold coins? Ling Xiao's eyes widened when he heard this. The money pouch he had snatched from Ma Zi only contained 25 gold coins. However, this mid-tier first-tier weapon was so expensive. How could he afford it? Let me see if there are any other good weapons. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't show that he was poor. He was a guy who cared about his face, so he immediately put on a show. The old man's eyes lit up, and then he smiled at Ling Xiao and said, our shop still has top-quality weapons in the backyard. Young master, please follow us. Ling Xiao and Yushi followed the old man to the backyard of the shop, and then they came to a room. After walking in, a dazzling array of weapons appeared in front of them. These are all high-grade 1 weapons and above. There are also many second-rank weapons. Young master, take a look and see if there are any that you like. The old man introduced. Ling Xiao started to size up the weapons here. Swords, knives, spears, hooks, these were all good weapons. He then looked at the clearly marked prices. The lowest price was actually more than 100 gold coins, and the most expensive was actually as high as 5,000 gold coins. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It turned out that he really was a pauper. Chapter 10. High First Step Cyan Rain Sword, net weight 10 kilograms, price 150 gold coins. High First Step Ghost Rail Blade, net weight 30 kilograms, price 380 gold coins. Low Second Step Stone Core Spear, net weight 20 kilograms, price 1,200 gold coins. Low Second Step Soul Snatching Hook, net weight 22 kilograms, price 1,800 gold coins. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he looked at these weapons. They all looked extraordinary, but it was a pity that he couldn't even afford a single one of them. He couldn't help but shake his head. The old man tensed up. Could it be that this young master didn't like any of them? Young master, in Meteor City, I have the best weapons here. These were made by our city's most famous artificer, Elderly. My shop is the only designated place to sell them. If you can't find a suitable weapon here, then you won't find one anywhere else. The old man was afraid of losing such a big customer, so he bragged to Ling Xiao. However, what he said was the truth. Elderly was Meteor City's only low third step artificer, and in Meteor City, he was the only one who could make high second step weapons. I know what you're saying, but I'm looking for a third step profound weapon. I wonder if your shop has it? Ling Xiao pretended to be regretful as he said. Weapons were generally divided into 5 categories: mortal, profound, spirit, sacred, and divine. Mortal weapons were generally first to second step weapons, profound weapons were third to fifth step weapons, and sixth to seventh step weapons were called spirit weapons. 8th to 9th step weapons were called sacred weapons, and the last 10 steps were called divine weapons. Mortal weapons could be seen everywhere on the continent, but profound weapons were extremely precious. In a desolate and barren place like Meteor City, they were even more rare. Even if there were profound weapons, they would be the family's most precious treasure. As for spirit weapons, they would only exist in those powerful sections. As for sacred weapons and divine weapons, they were illusory existences. Profound weapons, this shop doesn't have them. You have to know that Elderly has only made 3 profound weapons in his life. 2 of them were obtained by the Ling and Li families, and the other one was kept by Elderly as his proudest work. It's extremely precious. I don't think young master can count on it, the old man said regretfully. Since that's the case, then I'll just pick one from outside. It's only for chopping firewood anyway, Ling Xiao said casually. These words shocked the honest elder. Which family's young master is this young master from? He actually wants to buy a Xian weapon to chop firewood. If the various clan leaders heard this, they would probably vomit blood. Ling Xiao went to the shop outside and chose the Tier 1 Intermediate Dragon Sword. Yushi, help me pay for it first. I'll pay you back soon, Ling Xiao said to Bai Yushi in a low voice. Previously, Ling Xiao had asked Li Guangyin for 500 gold coins and gave it all to Bai Yushi to bury her mother. After Bai Yushi was done, she still had 495 gold coins left. She originally wanted to give it to Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to take her money, so he refused. Now, in order to buy a weapon, he had no choice but to borrow it from Bai Yushi. This made Ling Xiao very embarrassed. Bai Yushi didn't think there was anything wrong with it. In her heart, the money belonged to the young master. It was normal for the young master to ask for money. Bai Yushi paid, and Ling Xiao took the sword. The old man also gave a scabbard to Ling Xiao. It was buy one get one free. Yushi, thank you for just now. I can return the money to you very soon, Ling Xiao emphasized again. He never had the habit of borrowing money from women. This was the first time, and it was really embarrassing. No need to thank me. This is what I should do. Bai Yushi waved her hands. She was already used to Ling Xiao's politeness. She felt that her young master was more polite than anyone else, much better than those other stinky men. Those people only wanted to possess her, but her young master didn't. Moreover, her young master had saved her before, so she followed Ling Xiao with all her heart. No, I said I'll return it to you. Let's go, I still owe you a gift. I'll buy it for you now. Ling Xiao scratched Bai Yushi's nose and left first. Bai Yushi looked at Ling Xiao's confident back and reached out to touch her nose. She secretly smiled and quickly chased after him. Ling Xiao went to the tailor's shop and ordered 3 sets of clothes for Bai Yushi, 2 sets for his mother, and 2 sets for himself and his father. The quality of the clothes only cost him 5 gold coins, and he only needed to wait for 4 hours before he could take them back. The efficiency was extremely high. Ling Xiao paid the deposit and prepared to bring Bai Yushi to a restaurant for a big meal. It wasn't good to eat at home all day, and it wasn't bad to occasionally go out to eat some local delicacies. The Savory Fragrance restaurant was the most famous restaurant in Meteor City. It was not only the largest restaurant in the city, but also the most expensive one. Those who could enter and leave this place were all symbols of status. Ling Xiao swaggered in with Bai Yushi. The appearance of the two immediately attracted many people's gazes. Hey, isn't that the Ling family's trash? He actually appeared here. A young master from a small family said to a good friend beside him. That good friend was also a young master from a small family. He made a shushing gesture and said, "Lower your voice, don't let him hear you. What's there to be afraid of? He's just a trash from the Ling family. Even if we offend him, the Ling family won't stand up for him." The young master who spoke earlier said. His good friend lowered his voice and said, "Don't you know that half a month ago, the Li family's young master, Li Guangyin, was beaten up by Ling Xiao? What, even though young Master Li is the weakest of the 3 big villains, his strength isn't weak either. Could it be that this trash can recultivate profound strength? I'm afraid so." That day, many people saw Ling Xiao beat up Li Guangyin and his group. Ling Xiao ignored the customers who were looking at him strangely and brought Bai Yushi to the 2nd floor. Then, he found a seat to the side and sat down. It was Bai Yushi's first time in such a high-class place. She timidly tugged at the corner of Ling Xiao's clothes and followed them up. "Relax, we're all human. They can't eat you up. It's just that the expenses here are a little higher. It's not a big deal." Ling Xiao comforted Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi looked at Ling Xiao's encouraging gaze and nodded heavily. Only then did she slowly relax. Ling Xiao ordered the waiter to serve 3 side dishes and a jug of wine. These simple dishes cost Ling Xiao 5 gold coins, which was equivalent to a commoner's annual expenses. However, Ling Xiao didn't feel the pinch. Anyway, he was going to make a lot of money soon. These few gold coins were really nothing. Ling Xiao only drank 2 mouthfuls of wine and ate some side dishes when a commotion came from downstairs. Soon, a series of footsteps came from the stairs. Only 3 people came up, 2 men and a woman. The most attractive one was the girl walking in the middle. She was about 17 years old. Her beautiful appearance wasn't inferior to Bai Yushi's. It was just that she didn't have Bai Yushi's lovely charm, but she had a cold arrogance that kept people 1,000 miles away. She was wearing fiery red clothes that were especially dazzling. Her collar was decorated with gold, which made her look extremely gorgeous and noble. She had a pair of white and tender hands, holding a purple long whip. Her steps were like lotuses, which made her look very attractive. The man on the girl's right was extremely tall and strong, giving off a burly and unshakable feeling. He was bare-chested, revealing two thick arms. The veins on his arms were bulging like ferocious pythons, looking extremely frightening. He was also holding a mace in his hand. Each of the spikes on the mace would make one shiver. On the girl's left was a man who looked somewhat similar to Li Guangyin. He didn't look very outstanding, but his exquisite clothes made him look very noble and threatening. His eyes were like that of a poisonous snake, making people not dare to look directly at him. In his hand was a thin sword that flashed with a crystal light. It was obviously an extraordinary sword. When Ling Xiao saw the girl for the first time, he felt a sense of déjà vu. However, his impression of her wasn't very deep, so he only glanced at her before continuing to drink. The girl looked around, as if she was looking for a seat. Suddenly, she looked in Ling Xiao's direction, then pointed at Ling Xiao's seat and said to the waiter, "I want this seat, let them leave." The waiter immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Miss Luo. I'll let them leave now." The waiter came in front of Ling Xiao and said, "I'm sorry, can you two move to another table? Your seats have been reserved by Miss Luo." Ling Xiao said in a bad mood, "Why should we leave? Is this how your restaurant treats its customers? Young master, look carefully. She's the young miss of the Luo family. If you provoke her, you won't have a good time," the waiter explained. In Meteor City, who didn't give face to the three great families? The girl in front of him was the granddaughter of the Luo family's patriarch, Luo Qingxuang. She was extremely doted on by the old man, and at such a young age, she was already a mid-level profound practitioner. This kind of talent was rare even in Meteor City. "So what if you're from the Luo family?" "I'm from the Ling family." "Hurry up and leave. Don't block this young master from eating." Ling Xiao didn't care about this. He definitely wouldn't agree to such an unreasonable and shameful request. "You." The waiter still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted. "Isn't this young master Ling Xiao of the Ling family? I didn't think that the three great families would all be here today. Why don't we join in?" At this time, the man who looked like Li Guangyin said. He was Li Guangyin's older brother, Li Guanghan. "Who are you? Don't blindly claim relationships here. I don't know you. Don't disturb this young master's drinking. There are plenty of seats here. If you want to eat, go sit at another table," Ling Xiao said impatiently. Even when eating, there were these flies making a fuss. It was really annoying. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Li Guanghan's expression darkened, and he looked like he was about to explode. At this time, the red-clothed girl asked, "You're Ling Xiao?" "That's me." "What's this beauty's name? She looks a bit familiar." Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of wine and lightly replied. In his previous life, Ling Xiao was a playboy who didn't have a single leaf on his body. As soon as he saw a beautiful woman, he couldn't help but drool. "Humph, you look familiar. We've met before." The girl coldly snorted. Ling Xiao looked her up and down. "I don't think there's any conflict between us. Is there a need to look at me with such a dark expression?" "There's indeed a conflict between us," replied the girl. She shook the whip in her hand and it immediately shot towards Ling Xiao like a snake. "Fuck, are you trying to murder me?" Ling Xiao shouted and shot up from his seat. Immediately, the seat Ling Xiao had been sitting on was smashed into pieces by the whip. "Young master!" Bai Yushi cried out worriedly. Ling Xiao landed on the table and shouted at the girl, "Hey, are you crazy? Even if I don't give you my seat, there's no need to shout about killing me. You really have no manners." "What a cheap mouth," cursed the girl. Her whip once again swept towards Ling Xiao's waist. This time, it was even faster than before. However, the girl was so focused on making trouble for Ling Xiao that she completely forgot there was someone else present. But Ling Xiao hadn't forgotten that if he dodged this whip, it would definitely land on Bai Yushi. If he didn't dodge, it wouldn't be easy for him to block it. Chapter 11. Damn it, crazy woman. Ling Xiao cursed and turned around, holding Bai Yushi in his arms as he took the whip. Pa! Immediately, the skin on Ling Xiao's waist split open, and a long wound split open as blood seeped out. Hiss! Ling Xiao couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This whip was really ruthless. Luo Qingxuang didn't attack again, but her expression seemed to be a bit ugly. Young Master Ling is really a man who cares about women. Even if it would hurt himself, he wouldn't let his maidservant get hurt. How admirable! Li Guanghan mocked from the side. The huge man holding the mace didn't say anything and just looked at Ling Xiao with interest. Young master, you're bleeding a lot. Bai Yushi's face was pale, and her beautiful eyes were red as she looked at the wound on Ling Xiao's waist. She blamed herself because her young master had been injured because of her. I'm fine, you go away. Ling Xiao pushed Bai Yushi away, then tore a long piece of cloth from his clothes and tied it around his wound. He then looked up at Luo Qingxuang and said, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Damn it, so what if she was a beautiful woman? If she was as poisonous as a snake, he would still beat her. Don't you remember what happened 7 years ago? Luo Qingxuang curled her lips. What happened 7 years ago? Ling Xiao searched his memory and then looked at Luo Qingxuang's appearance. Suddenly, she overlapped with a figure in his memory. You can't be a chubby girl, right? Ling Xiao asked in surprise. As soon as Ling Xiao said this, Luo Qingxuang's face turned red all the way to her ears, looking extremely cute. She stomped her feet and rebuked, you're the chubby girl. 7 years ago, Ling Xiao and Luo Qingxuang were only 10 years old. At that time, Luo Qingxuang followed her grandfather to the Ling family as a guest. Luo Qingxuang was arranged by her grandfather to play with the Ling children. At that time, she was chubby and cute, and she got along well with the children of the Ling family. Only Ling Xiao was diligently cultivating at the side, ignoring her. She angrily said to Ling Xiao, I want you to play with me. Ling Xiao disdainfully said, little fat girl, if you can win, I'll play with you. Luo Qingxuang placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, I'm not a chubby chick. If I beat you, I want you to act like a turtle for me. Ling Xiao asked, what if I win? If you beat me, I'll be your bride in the future, said Luo Qingxuang. You're too fat. You're not my type, Ling Xiao said. In the end, the two of them competed in martial arts. At that time, Luo Qingxuang was only a 4th-level martial disciple, while Ling Xiao was already a 8th-level martial disciple. The result was obvious. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't care too much about the fun things that happened in his childhood, but Luo Qingxuang remembered it deeply. Later, Luo Qingxuang continued to cultivate, hoping that one day she could defeat Ling Xiao and avenge her humiliation. At the same time, she inquired about Ling Xiao. Every time she heard about Ling Xiao, she was pleasantly surprised and saddened. She was pleasantly surprised that Ling Xiao had become stronger, and she was saddened that she was getting further and further away from him. Until 2 years ago, when she suddenly heard that Ling Xiao had been ambushed and turned into a cripple, her heart became empty, as if she had lost something precious, and it was extremely uncomfortable. In the end, she gradually accepted the reality that Ling Xiao had become a cripple, but the speed of her cultivation also slowed down. It took her 2 years to break through from a low-level profound practitioner to a mid-level profound practitioner. She really didn't expect that after 7 years, she would meet him in this restaurant, and with a beautiful girl at that. She didn't know why she was so angry, but she wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson to vent her anger. Hey, chubby girl, it's been so many years, and you still remember that matter? Could it be that you've been secretly in love with me for 7 years? Do you want me to marry you? Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten the pain in his waist, and he couldn't help but tease her. You bastard! Luo Qingxuang seemed to have been exposed, and her flushed red face looked like it was about to drip blood. The purple whip in her hand once again lashed out. "Little girl, don't hit people so easily, it's damaging to your image. In the future, no one will want a tigress like you." Ling Xiao took out his giant dragon sword and wrapped it around the whip. In an instant, the purple whip wrapped around the giant dragon sword like a snake. "You're the tigress!" Luo Qingxuang shouted angrily, and sent a flying kick at Ling Xiao's face. Luo Qingxuang was a middle-level profound practitioner, and her strength and speed were extremely shocking. In an instant, her kick reached Ling Xiao's face. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was no longer a cripple. He had opened 10 meridians, and these 10 meridians were filled with profound qi. With his current strength, he was equivalent to an 8th-level martial disciple. Although there was a big gap between him and Luo Qingxuang, he had the martial arts from his previous life and the experience of facing enemies to rely on, so he wasn't afraid of Luo Qingxuang. He unhurriedly stretched out his arm, blocking Luo Qingxuang's move. Although the move was dissolved, unfortunately, there was a big gap in strength, and Ling Xiao was still forced back a few steps. "You've recovered your profound qi?" Luo Qingxuang couldn't help but ask. She had already used half of her strength in this kick, and even a low-level profound practitioner wouldn't dare to take it head-on. But Ling Xiao had only been forced back a few steps. This was not the strength that a cripple should have. "If I had recovered my profound qi, would I let you be so arrogant now? But right now, I'm enough to deal with you," Ling Xiao sneered. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb, and it was really uncomfortable. In his heart, he was even more anxious to open his meridians as soon as possible. "Then you can try. I'll take revenge for 7 years now, and I hope you can block a few more moves," Luo Qingxuang said, shaking her whip. "Heh, I can defeat you in one move," Ling Xiao laughed lightly. "Bullshit, if you can defeat me in one move, you can do whatever you want to me. If you lose, you'll be my slave," Luo Qingxuang scolded angrily at Ling Xiao. "Alright, it's a deal. I hope you don't regret it," Ling Xiao's eyes shone as he replied firmly. "Stop talking nonsense, come at me if you want," Luo Qingxuang shouted. "Alright, I'm coming," Ling Xiao responded, and his whole body leaped up like a goshawk, at the same time swinging the huge sword in his hand. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword shadows that swept towards Luo Qingxuang like rain. The sharp sword rays emitted specks of starlight, and the surrounding tables and chairs were all destroyed by the sword rays. What a powerful move! Li Guanghan, who was standing to the side, could not help but take a few steps back and sigh. "Little sister, watch out!" The huge man holding the mace roared, and at the same time, he swung his mace to meet the sword rays. Luo Qingxuang felt a suffocating threat. The sword rays cut through her clothes, and quite a few areas were cut, revealing her skin that was as delicate as water. Fortunately, the huge man woke her up in time, and the long whip in his hand turned into a spiral shape, forming the strongest defense possible. Ding dong! Pa! Pa! The two weapons clashed, and a series of sounds rang out. The sword rays finally all dissipated, and the scene returned to peace. Plop plop. Ling Xiao's single sword was stabbed into the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had obviously suffered internal injuries, and it was even more serious than the backlash from forcefully breaking through his meridians last night. The 10 meridians that he had opened were constantly swelling and tearing, causing him unspeakable pain. Opposite him, Luo Qingxuang was in an even more sorry state. The long whip in her hand was only left with a short half, and most of it was broken into several pieces on the ground. Her clothes were torn in many places, revealing much of her body. Fortunately, the wounds did not touch her skin, and there was no blood flowing out. Half of her fringe slowly fell down from her forehead. If Ling Xiao's sword had landed on her head just now, she would definitely have died on the spot. The huge man's condition was slightly better. His clothes were only torn in 2 or 3 places, and his breathing was a little ragged. Other than that, there were no other abnormalities. "Ah, young master, are you all right?" Bai Yushi saw that Ling Xiao had vomited blood, and she cried out in shock. She hurriedly ran over to support Ling Xiao, and asked worriedly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with heartache. "Don't worry, I'm fine. Let's go back." Ling Xiao's face was very pale, and he replied with a forced smile. He then endured the pain and walked down the restaurant with Bai Yushi's help. I actually lost again." Luo Qingshuang seemed to have lost her soul as she muttered to herself. It seemed that the blow just now was too much for her. Following that, her vision darkened, and she fainted. The huge man immediately caught her, and then said to Li Guanghan, "Young Master Li, I'm sorry for what happened today. Let's meet again another day." After saying that, he carried Luo Qingshuang and left the restaurant. Li Guanghan nodded, and then his expression changed as he recalled Ling Xiao's sword. He asked himself, if it was him, would he be able to withstand that sword? The answer was no. "No, I can't let this kid live." Li Guanghan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran downstairs. He had decided to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao grew up in the future, it would be the Ling family's world. Ling Xiao was supported by Bai Yushi, and the meridians in his body kept swelling and aching. His face was extremely pale, and cold sweat kept flowing. "Young master, don't scare me. I'll go find a doctor for you right now." Bai Yushi sobbed. "No, take me to the nearest inn, quickly," Ling Xiao said weakly. Okay. Bai Yushi listened to Ling Xiao's words and nodded repeatedly. Li Guanghan went down the restaurant and immediately rushed in the direction of the Ling family. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao before he returned to the Ling family. However, Li Guanghan didn't expect that Ling Xiao didn't go back at all. He had to wait on the road to the Ling family for an entire night. Ling Xiao was brought to the inn by Bai Yushi. He instructed that no one was to come in and disturb him, and then immediately chose to heal his injuries. Ling Xiao had used up all his Xian Qi. His 10 meridians couldn't withstand the backlash of the strong move. If he didn't quickly stabilize his meridians, he was afraid that his meridians would be damaged again and become useless. Then all his previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't choose to go back immediately. Instead, he found an inn to heal his injuries, which allowed him to escape. Chapter 12. In an ordinary inn, a beautiful and clean young girl was leaning against the door, looking at the delicate and pretty young man in a white robe sitting on the bed. The young man's face was extremely pale, and there were traces of dried blood at the corner of his mouth. His hands were placed flat in front of his abdomen, and he was silently chanting some kind of cultivation method. His face turned from white to red, then from red to blue, and finally to white. This cycle repeated endlessly. Gradually, wisps of white smoke could be seen rising from his black hair, making him look extremely magical. The beautiful young girl was worried and curious as she stared at the young man on the bed. Seeing such a strange phenomenon, she was very puzzled, but she didn't dare to make a sound, as if she was afraid of disturbing the young man, until her eyes gradually closed. Ling Xiao sat there for an entire night. When he opened his eyes again, it was already the next morning. After a night of recovery, his meridians had finally stabilized, but the 10 meridians were still in a weak state, and it would take at least half a month for them to recover to their original state. Thinking back to the day when he used all his strength to use the first style of sword tyrant, sword mark, which was created by the uncrying death god Bu Jingyun, it was extremely overbearing and ferocious. With his current strength as an 8th level martial disciple, he could definitely kill Luo Qingshuang, who was a middle-level profound practitioner, in one move. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to kill them all. He didn't have any resentment towards Luo Qingshuang, and if he killed her, he would definitely have to bear the wrath of the Luo clan, which was something he couldn't contend against. Yesterday, he went to buy a sword, and his goal was to have a life-saving move for his trip to the desolate mountain range. Sword Tyrant was divided into 3 styles. The first, Sword Mark, was the most overbearing and ferocious move, and when the sword was drawn, it would definitely see blood. The second style, Sword Flowing Cloud, and the third style, Sword Meteor, were both unable to be used with his current profound strength. In his previous life, he had only barely managed to use the third style, Sword Meteor, and he had killed 8 Xiantian experts with 1 strike. It was obvious how powerful it was. Ling Xiao got off the bed and looked up to see Bai Yushi sitting at the door, her body curled up and trembling. Shocked, Ling Xiao immediately walked over, only to see her extremely pale face, her eyelashes curled up like butterflies, and her hands were folded in front of her chest like a pitiful kitten, making people feel pity for her. Ling Xiao touched her forehead. It was extremely hot, it seemed like she had a fever. Ling Xiao bent down and picked her up. Although his body was weak, he was still able to carry Bai Yushi, who weighed less than 50 kilograms. Bai Yushi hugged Ling Xiao's neck tightly as if she was grabbing onto a warm blanket. Her little head squirmed restlessly into Ling Xiao's arms. She looked extremely cute. Ling Xiao's heart couldn't help but sway. This little girl's plump and soft breasts made him feel extremely comfortable, and he really wanted to ruthlessly ravage her. Ling 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 of man, he was, in, of, in, and, in. Many people were confused. Why was this so? Did this guy have a problem down there? Wrong. In fact, Ling Xiao himself was also very mad about this. Ever since he was young, he had been very obedient to his old master. In the past, when his old ghost master had taught him martial arts, he had said something that he regretted to this day. Xiao, if you want to practice martial arts, you must maintain the body of a virgin. Only then can you achieve supreme martial arts with pure qi. At that time, Ling Xiao was very fond of practicing martial arts. His ambition was to become the king of the martial arts world, so he especially remembered his old master's words. It wasn't until he died together with the 4 super experts of the ghost sect that Ling Xiao regretted it. He cursed his stupid master, who caused him to die before he could enjoy the joy of life. Fortunately, he still had a chance to start over. Otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Ling Xiao suppressed the evil fire in his heart. He laid Bai Yushi on the bed and covered her with a quilt. Then, he called the waiter to bring a basin of hot water for her face. He also used some of the Xian Qi he cultivated last night to give it to Bai Yushi. He believed that her fever would be gone by noon. Looking at the cute and charming Bai Yushi in front of him, Ling Xiao suddenly had an evil thought: I might as well let her be my maid for the rest of her life. Otherwise, if she marries another man, wouldn't that be a big loss? In Meteorite City, all maids had to accompany the young master or master to do anything, including the things that they did at night. Bah, when did I become so bad? Ling Xiao spat. Then, he ate some of the food that the waiter had brought over. Then, he calmed his mind and sat on the ground to meditate again. While Ling Xiao was meditating in the inn, there was a frantic search for him outside. Last night, Ling Zhan was originally meditating to cultivate the 3 parts returning to origin qi, but he was disturbed by Meng Xiyun. There was no other reason. Her son had gone out with his goddaughter for a whole day, and she was worried. Moreover, she didn't know that her son could cultivate Xian Qi again. She didn't want to see her son in a coma again. Just as Ling Xiao and Meng Xiyun were about to go out to find their son, Ling Zhan's third brother, Ling Tao, came to their house. Ling Tao, 33 years old, had just broken through to the middle stage. He wore a blue robe and carried a long spear on his back. He strode towards Ling Zhan's house. When Ling Tao saw Ling Zhan, he immediately cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Second brother, sister-in-law." Meng Shiyun smiled, "Third brother, you're here." "Third brother, why are you here?" Ling Zhan hugged Ling Tao's shoulders and asked. Even though Ling Zhan's meridians had been crippled back then, this third brother of his still respected this big brother of his. The relationship between the two brothers was also extremely good. Ling Tao smiled, "I'm here to see second brother." "Oh right, where's Xiao, I was just about to go out and find him. I haven't seen him for a whole day, so your sister-in-law is worried." Ling Zhan said. "What? Xiao, isn't back yet?" Ling Tao exclaimed. "Third brother, don't worry. Maybe Xiao, was too crazy and forgot the time." Ling Zhan wasn't very worried about Ling Xiao. He already knew that his son could cultivate Xian Qi again. As long as he didn't run into any big trouble, he should be fine. "Ah, something big happened. I'll go with you to find Xiao, Sister-in-law, you should wait at home." Ling Tao revealed an anxious expression. Meng Shiyun almost fainted when she heard this. She quickly grabbed Ling Tao's hand and asked, "Third brother, tell me clearly before you go. What happened to my Xiao, Ling Tao made it short. Today, Xiao, fought with the girl from the Luo clan at Sweet Fragrance House. He defeated her, but Xiao, seems to be injured." Before Ling Tao could finish, Meng Shiyun trembled and said, "What? My son is injured? Women shouldn't interrupt when men are talking." Ling Zhan snorted and asked Ling Tao, "Is Xiao, injured?" "I don't know if he's injured, but second brother, I just want to ask you, can Xiao, cultivate Xian Qi again?" Ling Tao didn't answer, but instead asked a question. Ling Zhan knew that this matter couldn't be covered up, so he nodded and said, "Xiao, obtained some opportunities and can cultivate Xian Qi again." "That's right. Everyone in the restaurant knows that Xiao, can cultivate Xian Qi again." The news spread very quickly, and I believe that many people know that Xiao, can cultivate Xian Qi again. Even father knows about it. That's why he sent me here. Ling Tao said seriously. "You mean, there will be people who will harm Xiao, Ling Zhan guessed. "Second brother, don't you think it strange? You and Xiao's meridians were destroyed, so there must be people who want to harm the rising genius of our Ling clan. We must find Xiao, as soon as possible and use the clan's strongest force to protect him. Once he truly becomes a spirit master, our Ling clan will dominate Meteor City." Ling Tao said clearly. "There's no time to lose, let's hurry and find Xiao, Ling Zhan quickly said. He believed Ling Tao's words without a doubt. He was the real victim. He knew that there were people who were jealous of his and his father's amazing talent, and wanted to kill them before they could become spirit masters. As the saying goes, the most outstanding tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. At the same time, Luo Qingxuang was brought back to the clan by her big brother, Luo Biao. That giant man was Luo Biao, one of Meteor City's 3 great young thugs. His evil deeds were just that he was arrogant and overbearing. Compared to Li Guangyin's bullying and tyrannical behavior, he was much more upright. Biao, what happened to Shuang? A dignified 42-year-old middle-aged man asked Luo Biao, who was carrying Luo Qingxuang. This person was Luo Biao's uncle, Luo Tianzheng, and Luo Qingxuang's father. "Uncle, Shuang, is fine. She probably just fainted," Luo Biao replied. Luo Tianzheng glanced at the many sword marks on his daughter's body. Her clothes were cut in many places, and his brows furrowed into a Chuan character. He shouted, "Luo Biao, tell me clearly what happened." Luo Biao shivered, and then handed Luo Qingxuang over to 2 maids to bring her to the room. Only then did he tell Luo Tianzheng everything that happened in Savory Fragrance Restaurant. After listening, Luo Tianzheng heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he asked solemnly, "You're saying that the crippled kid from the Ling clan defeated Qingxuang in one move?" Luo Biao nodded heavily and said, "That's right. At that time, I saw that the power of that move was very shocking, so I attacked together with Shuang. It's just that Shuang took the direct attack, and it seemed a bit more difficult. If Ling Xiao wanted to kill Shuang, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to save her." Luo Biao still had a lingering fear. Even with his current strength as a high-level profound practitioner, he didn't have the confidence to survive that move from Ling Xiao. Perhaps only those who had reached the profound realm could suppress him. "Alright, since this matter was caused by Qingxuang, then forget it. You can leave." Luo Tianzheng waved his hand. After Luo Biao left, Luo Tianzheng flew toward the inner courtyard of the family. The Ling clan's cripple who had been sentenced to death could once again cultivate profound strength. This news had to be made known to his father. After all, 2 years ago, this cripple was known as the #1 genius of Meteor City. Who knew what kind of surprise this time would bring? Chapter 13. In the inner courtyard of the Luo family, there were many majestic buildings that looked like deep castles under the night sky. Luo Tianzheng stopped in front of the most majestic pavilion. In an instant, a few shadows flashed on both sides of the pavilion, and they immediately disappeared into the night. Suddenly, a low voice came from the pavilion, "Zheng, what business do you have here?" Luo Tianzheng respectfully bowed towards the door and said, "I have something to report." As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened automatically. Luo Tianzheng was already used to this and immediately stepped into the pavilion. He saw an old man wearing a grey robe sitting in the room, holding a teacup in his hand and a book beside him. This old man looked extremely spirited, with a medium build and a straight back. He didn't look the slightest bit crooked, and his eagle-like eyes shone brightly. This old man was the head of the Luo family, Luo Xiangming. He was 66 years old and was one of the few experts in Meteorite City. He was already a spirit master. "What is so important that you have to rush here in the middle of the night to report?" Luo Xiangming asked lightly. Thus, Luo Tianzheng briefly recounted what Luo Biao had told him. "Oh, that kid from the Ling family can actually cultivate again." "Not bad," Luo Xiangming replied casually, as if he didn't take it to heart. "Father, if he can just cultivate again, it's not a big deal, but..." Luo Tianzheng said with some hesitation. "But what? If you have something to say, just say it." Luo Xiangming raised his eyes. "It's just that, Biao said that Ling Xiao only used one sword to defeat Shuang Moreover, it was under the joint attack of Biao It can be seen how powerful that one sword is. Also, I heard from Biao that Ling Xiao is not a Xian practitioner and is at most a level 8 martial disciple. That one move can defeat a middle-level Xian practitioner and even force a high-level Xian practitioner to retreat. Could it be?" Luo Tianzheng tried to clarify. "You want to say that the kid from the Ling family has some amazing Xian skill?" Luo Xiangming interrupted. "That's exactly what I mean." Luo Tianzheng replied. "Do you think that Ling Xiao has a Cyan tier cultivation method?" Luo Xiangming frowned. The Xian Ling continent's Xian skills were divided into 9 major grades, namely, gray, yellow, cyan, green, blue, red, purple, brown, black. Luo Tianzheng did not speak, only nodding. The Ling family only has one cyan rank golden spear art, but that kid from the Ling family is using sword techniques. Could it be that the Ling family has 2 cyan rank profound skills? That's impossible. If that was the case, he definitely wouldn't teach it to the younger generation and let them show off. Could it be that the kid obtained some other opportunity? Luo Xiangming guessed. "I think it's possible." 2 years ago, that brat had already been proven by the Ling clan's Grand Elder to be unable to recultivate his profound strength. But now, he is a level 8 martial disciple. This is truly thought-provoking. Luo Tianzheng muttered to himself. The two of them were silent for a while before Luo Xiangming said, "You can leave first. I will take care of this matter." When Luo Tianzheng was about to leave, Luo Xiangming said, "Shuang seems to be very concerned about that kid. When she has time, let her visit the Ling family more." Luo Tianzheng's eyes lit up and he nodded before leaving the pavilion. When Luo Tianzheng left, Luo Xiangming said indifferently, "Feng Ying, go and check on the Ling family's kid. Do not alarm anyone. If there is anything, report to me immediately." A cold voice came from a corner of the pavilion, "Yes, Patriarch." In the basement of a secluded courtyard in the Ling family. The family meeting had just ended when fifth elder Ling Yan and a tall, skinny old man quietly came here for a secret matter. The old man was actually the Ling family's second elder, Ling Mo. The two of them were twins, and their positions in the Ling family were second only to the patriarch, Ling Tsang. In some aspects, Ling Mo's power was even greater than Ling Tsang's. The Ling family was the head of the three major families in Meteorite City. Although they were very strong, everyone knew that the Ling family was not as united as they appeared on the surface. The Ling family's second elder, Ling Mo, and fifth elder, Ling Yan, were the ones who disturbed the situation. Ling Mo and Ling Yan were both sons of the previous generation's patriarch. After the patriarch passed away, Ling Mo did not become the patriarch as he wished. Instead, Ling Tsang became the patriarch. This matter had always been a grudge between the two brothers. Every time Ling Tsang exercised his authority as the patriarch, the two brothers would often oppose him. There were also many people in the family who supported the two brothers. This caused Ling Tsang's authority as the patriarch to not be as great as it seemed. Take the matter of Ling Zhan as an example. Ling Zhan was originally Ling Tsang's second son and was once hailed as a genius of his generation. However, after he was crippled, he was actually arranged to live in the most remote courtyard of the Ling family. Furthermore, he did not even have a single servant. This was all because of Ling Mo and Ling Yan's interference. Otherwise, with Ling Tsang's status, he would have arranged for them to settle down in a quiet and secluded place. From this, it could be seen how deep the resentment between Ling Mo and Ling Tsang was. "Big brother, what do you think we should do about this matter?" Ling Yan immediately asked the moment they entered the secret room. "Look at how anxious you are. Even if that little bastard can recultivate his Xian Qi, he is still just a small martial disciple. What are you so anxious about?" Ling Mo waved his hand and snorted coldly. I am anxious for Kuang, Ling Yan said unhappily. "You don't have to worry about this. Kuang has already broken through to the profound realm. When the time comes for the family assessment, he will definitely become the champion. At that time, it is certain that the Grand Elder will accept Kuang, as his last disciple," Ling Mo said in a low voice. "Sai, a month ago, Rui, was not able to kill him. Instead, he was able to turn over a new leaf. That little bastard's life is really tough." Ling Yan sighed. I still haven't settled this matter with you. You are really stupid. Knowing that it is impossible for that kid to recultivate his Xian Qi, you just let the father and son fend for themselves. Fortunately, that kid did not die this time. Otherwise, that fellow Ling Tsang will definitely not let you off easily." Ling Mo snorted coldly. "Is it possible that he will fight me to the death for a piece of trash?" Ling Yan said disapprovingly. "He will not fight you to the death. He will only make your grandson disappear." Ling Mo said a little resentfully. He paused for a moment and then said, "All right, you go back first. I have my own conclusion about that little bastard." Ling Yan still wanted to say something, but after hesitating for a moment, he still sighed lightly and left the secret room. Want to turn over a new leaf? No way. After Ling Yan left, Elder Ling Mo's eyes were filled with thick killing intent. North of the city, Li family. Li Guanghan guarded Ling Xiao for a night on the way back to the Ling family, but he did not see any trace of Ling Xiao. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on killing him. He immediately rushed back to the family and reported the situation to his father. When he thought of Ling Xiao's sword move, Li Guanghan could not help but shiver. Right now, Ling Xiao was still an 8th-level martial disciple. It seemed that using that move required the support of all of his profound energy. With his strength as a high-level profound practitioner, he might be able to barely block it, but he would definitely be seriously injured. If Ling Xiao broke through to the profound practitioner realm, wouldn't that make him invincible within the same level? Thinking of this, he must think of a way to get rid of this potential opponent for the family. If the other party was allowed to grow, then Meteorite City would be dominated by the Ling family alone. When Li Guanghan found his father, Li Yuanhua, to report, Li Yuanhua already knew everything. Li Yuanhua said to Li Guanghan, "I know what happened in the restaurant yesterday. You don't have to worry about this matter, the clan has already made arrangements. As for the marriage with the Luo family, let's put it aside for now. Luo Xiangming, that old fox, may not have his eyes on our Li family. You should immediately go into seclusion and strive to break through to the profound realm within half a year." Li Guanghan did not waste any more words. He nodded and turned to leave. The sun was shining brightly, and it was noon. In an inconspicuous inn, Ling Xiao was drinking wine and eating side dishes. He was accompanied by a beauty, completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. "Come, eat a chicken leg. Seeing that you're so thin, it's better to eat a little fatter." Ling Xiao picked up a chicken leg and placed it in Bai Yushi's bowl. After meditating last night and this morning, Ling Xiao's condition had improved a lot. At the very least, his face had gained some color. "Thank you, young master." Bai Yushi's delicate and charming face was flushed with shyness. Her pair of bright eyes looked at the fat and oily chicken leg, and an indescribable sweetness arose in her heart. Last night, Bai Yushi stayed by Ling Xiao's side all night. In the morning, she had a high fever. Fortunately, Ling Xiao discovered it in time and transferred a trace of profound energy to her. After letting her sleep, the fever had already subsided. "Don't be so polite. What's our relationship? Don't be so polite in the future, understand?" Ling Xiao said as he ate a mouthful of food. Hearing Ling Xiao speak so intimately, Bai Yushi's beautiful eyes could no longer hold back a faint mist. Seeing this, Ling Xiao panicked and hurriedly comforted her. "Yushi, what's wrong with you?" Cough, cough. Ling Xiao was agitated and involved in the pain. He couldn't help but cough twice. Bai Yushi hurriedly stood up, walked to Ling Xiao's side, patted his back and said in her heart, "Young master, I'm fine, I'm just too touched. I originally thought that only my mother treated me the best in this world, but now I found out. I found out that young master is also sincerely good to me. I really didn't mean to make young master worry." Bai Yushi was like a child who had done something wrong. As she carried Ling Xiao's back, she explained. She was afraid that Ling Xiao would once again feel pain, and she would be very sad. "Silly girl, you are not only my sworn sister, but also my friend. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well? Alright, I'm fine. Hurry up and eat your fill. We need to go back, or else father and mother will be very worried." Ling Xiao scratched Bai Yushi's nose and laughed. Bai Yushi nodded obediently, then returned to her seat and started eating. After the two of them left the inn, they first went to the tailor's shop where they ordered their clothes yesterday, and then prepared to rush home. On the way home, Ling Xiao faintly felt that someone was following him, but when he turned around, he didn't see anyone. He couldn't help but curse himself for being overly suspicious. However, just as the two of them left the intersection of the market, danger gathered. A biting cold aura came from behind, and the aura had already locked onto Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had long felt that something was wrong along the way, and now he was already secretly on guard. When the sudden attack came, the huge sword in Ling Xiao's hand instantly reacted. Dang! The weapons collided, and Ling Xiao was instantly sent flying. Young master! Bai Yushi turned pale with fright and immediately ran towards Ling Xiao. Chapter 14. The murderer did not expect that his long-planned attack would be blocked. He was stunned for a moment before he brandished his long sword and charged at Ling Xiao again. Thief, how dare you! Ling Tao arrived at the last moment. He brandished his spear and stabbed at the murderer. The murderer had no choice but to give up on chasing Ling Xiao. He used his sword to block Ling Tao's spear and then leaped into the air, trying to escape. Ling Tao's murderous aura was thick. Someone dared to attack his nephew in broad daylight. He shouted and channeled his Xian energy to the 12th level. His body glowed with a golden light as he stabbed at the murderer with his spear. The sky was filled with golden light. Countless spears flashed. Rays of Xian Qi that seemed to be solid and emitted a dazzling light as they attacked the murderer who was trying to escape. The murderer let out a strange cry and had no choice but to stop. The long sword in his hand slashed out dozens of sword rays. Boom! Boom! A dazzling light bloomed in the air. Although the murderer had blocked Ling Tao's attack, there were already a few wounds on his body. Moreover, Ling Tao had locked on to his aura. Unless he was faster than Ling Tao, he would definitely not be able to escape Ling Tao's pursuit. Thief, you hide your head but show your tail. Why do you want to harm my nephew so many times? If you don't explain yourself today, I'll make sure you die. Ling Tao pointed his spear at the murderer who was wearing a black cloak and had his head wrapped tightly. Humph, let's see if you have the ability to do so. The murderer said in a suppressed voice. At the same time, his long sword waved out 2 yellow sword flowers towards Ling Tao. Insignificant skill. Ling Tao snorted in disdain. He swept the spear in his hand and immediately shattered the 2 yellow sword flowers. However, Ling Tao did not expect that the opponent was only trying to distract him. When Ling Tao was blocked by the sword flowers, the murderer turned around and disappeared without a trace at the fastest speed. Ling Tao was so angry that he shook the ground with his spear. Then, he turned around and rushed to Ling Xiao's side. Bai Yushi hugged Ling Xiao who was vomiting blood and cried non-stop. Instead, it was Ling Xiao who comforted her with a bitter smile. Don't cry. Young master's life is tough. He won't die. Just now, Ling Xiao had charged up his strength to counterattack, and his internal organs were shaken by the other party once again. Furthermore, the meridians that had just stabilized last night began to swell and ache again. It really made him extremely depressed. Good boy, let's go. Third uncle will take you home first, Ling Tao praised. Then he put Ling Xiao on his shoulder and rushed toward Ling Xiao's house. Before Bai Yushi could react, he had already disappeared. She immediately ran back home in a daze. Soon, Ling Tao carried Ling Xiao home. Ling Zhan and Meng Shiyun couldn't help but worry, especially Meng Shiyun who was crying her heart out. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I have the dew pill here. Xiao will be fine. Ling Tao said as he took out a small bottle from his waist. Then he poured out 2 black pills the size of a pinky finger. The dew pill was a high-grade spirit pill. It had the effect of healing wounds, activating meridians, and restoring qi. It was a necessary life-saving pill for martial artists. Don't look down on this small pill. It was worth 1,000 gold. That's good. Quick, let Xiao take it. Meng Shiyun quickly urged. Ling Tao put the 2 pills into Ling Xiao's mouth and let him take it. Then he put him on the bed. Alright, let's go out first. After taking the dew pill, Xiao should be fine. Ling Zhan looked at his son and then pulled his wife. After the three of them went to the hall, Ling Zhan couldn't help but ask Ling Tao about what happened. Ling Tao didn't hide it and told him what happened. Ling Zhan frowned and said, "According to what you said, the other party's strength should be similar to yours?" "It should be. He retreated after one attack. I used all my strength and could only make him stay for half a minute. This shows that the killer's strength is no less than mine." Ling Tao nodded. Ling Zhan thought for a moment and said to himself, "Could it be that it's not the same person?" "Big brother, what are you saying?" Ling Tao asked. "I'm thinking whether or not the other party is the same person who ambushed me 12 years ago. Based on his strength, it doesn't seem like it. The one who ambushed me was at least at the peak of the mystic realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I don't understand either. But I think that besides the Li family, there shouldn't be anyone else who would do such a thing," said Ling Tao. "Sigh, my son's life is really bitter." Meng Shiyun couldn't help but sigh. "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I'll go back to my clan and ask my father to strengthen the protection of Xiao. We can't let anything happen to him." Ling Tao comforted her and then left Ling Zhan's house. In Ling Zhao's room, after taking the dew pill, the medicinal power had already begun to take effect. A gentle and cool medicinal power began to spread to his internal organs, slowly nourishing Ling Zhao's meridians and blood. At the same time, the three parts returning energy began to heal on its own. Although the speed was slow, when combined with the medicinal power of the dew pill, it was very effective. Other than gradually stabilizing his meridians, his Xian energy was also gradually recovering. 2 hours later, Ling Zhao's complexion gradually regained some color and his furrowed brows relaxed. 4 hours later, Ling Zhao opened his eyes and quickly sat cross-legged, immediately cultivating the three parts returning energy. The dew pill was refined from over 10 first-level spirit herbs. Other than healing, it could also restore energy. Ling Zhao's Xian energy in his meridians had been depleted twice. Now with the help of the dew pill, not only had his meridians stabilized, but his Xian energy had also recovered to its peak. Furthermore, Ling Zhao found that the medicinal power of the dew pill was still very strong. There seemed to still be room for improvement, so he didn't hesitate to start cultivating. He wanted to break through the 11th meridian in one go today. 3 parts of the origin returning Qi, 3 different types of inner strength, heavenly frost Qi, cloud expelling force, and wind god technique, continuously extracted and fused, then absorbed the medicinal effect, and then compressed it again. He didn't know how many times he had done it, but he felt that the time was right. All the compressed energy formed a surging heat wave that rushed towards the 11th abandoned meridian. Rumble. Crack. After being injured twice, the 11th meridian finally broke through in one fell swoop with the help of the dew returning pill. Ling Zhao jumped off the bed and suddenly laughed, I didn't think that I would actually break through. As long as I open the last meridian, I can store Xian energy. How refreshing. The 11 meridians in his body were filled with warm Xian energy. The Xian energy began to nourish his internal organs, filling them with vitality and vitality. At this moment, Ling Zhao didn't look injured at all. Instead, he seemed to be full of spirit and fighting spirit. At this time, the door was pushed open. "Xiao, are you all right?" Meng Shiyun immediately ran over and asked with concern. Ling Zhao's heart warmed and he immediately nodded, "Mother, I'm fine." "Child, you really scared your mother to death. Don't go out anymore. Just stay at home and play," Meng Shiyun said with lingering fear. "I know, Mother. I won't let you worry anymore." Ling Zhao agreed. At this time, Ling Zhan opened his mouth. "This time it was all thanks to your third uncle. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to come back." Ling Zhao understood and smiled. "Father, I know." "Oh right, where is third uncle? He went back to the inner court. Ling Zhan said. Ling Xiao casually replied and then asked where Bai Yushi was. It turned out that she was in the kitchen making soup for him. After chatting with his mother for a while, Ling Xiao was called to the study by Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan solemnly said, Xiao, although you can cultivate Xian energy again, I hope you won't be too arrogant in the future. How could Ling Xiao not understand his father's worries? He obediently nodded and said, Father, I will remember. And, back then, your father was too arrogant, resulting in such an outcome. However, you have inherited your father's personality and suffered the same setback. Thus, I hope that you can learn from these two lessons and learn to endure patiently. When we have the strength to rule over everything, all our enemies will retreat. Who would dare to jump out and send themselves to their deaths? Ling Zhan lectured. Ling Xiao had experienced this before and immediately understood his father's painstaking efforts. Keeping a low profile was the hard truth. When his strength reached a level where others could no longer threaten him, he would shake his body and sweep in all directions. Looks like I shouldn't be so arrogant in the future. Otherwise, I won't be so lucky if I get ambushed like this again, Ling Xiao warned himself in his heart. In a dense forest outside of Meteor City, the killer who tried to kill Ling Xiao tore off the black cloth covering his face, revealing an incomparably ugly face. Anyone who saw it would be afraid. Suddenly, the killer turned around and shouted, Who's coming out? Don't be so sneaky. A masked man wearing a golden robe slowly walked out from the other side of the forest. That mask had a strange pattern drawn on it, and the two bloodthirsty fangs in front of its mouth would cause anyone who saw it to tremble. The killer tightened his grip on his sword and looked at the masked man in the golden robe and asked, Who are you? Why don't you show your true face? The masked man replied in a cold voice, Dead people don't have the right to see my face. What a big tone. The killer snorted and leaped into the air. His long sword slashed out with a yellow sword light that flew towards the masked man. Wherever the yellow sword light went, trees would be cut in half until it landed on the masked man's body. Boom! Seeing that the masked man had been hit, the killer heaved a sigh of relief and said, So it's just an idiot. Is that so? Just as the killer finished speaking, the masked man's faint voice rang out. The killer looked at the masked man and couldn't help but feel his jaw drop. The masked man had actually taken his full-strength attack head-on and was completely unharmed. He began to feel fear in his heart. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to escape. At this time, the masked man let out a cold laugh and his figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the killer and grabbed the killer's neck with an old, withered hand. The killer revealed a terrified expression, You're Ling. He didn't even get to finish his sentence before the masked man directly broke his neck. You dare harm my grandson? You deserve to die. The masked man threw down these words and instantly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 15. In a simple and crude house, a delicate and pretty youth was currently sitting cross-legged with his upper body bare. In such an ice-cold night, he was actually not afraid of the invasion of cold air. Instead, white smoke could be faintly seen rising from his body. The 11 green veins that occasionally appeared on his naked body were suffused with specks of fiery red color, appearing extremely peculiar. If someone were to see this state, it would cause them to click their tongues in wonder. This youth actually maintained this posture for an entire night without moving. Suddenly, that youth opened his eyes, revealing a pair of bright and spirited eyes, appearing extremely quick-witted and clear. After a night of meditation, Ling Xiao stabilized the profound energy in 11 meridians. As long as he opened up the 12th meridian and connected the Dantian's Qi-Si, he would be able to condense profound energy. Only then would he be considered a true martial artist, and only then would he have the opportunity to step onto the pinnacle of the martial path. Otherwise, he would never be able to achieve a martial artist's body for the rest of his life. In his previous life, Ling Xiao was a martial arts fanatic, and this life was no exception. Other than defying the heavens and changing his fate, he also had to firmly grasp his own fate in his hands. His greatest dream was to wield the power of the world when awake, and lie on the knees of beauties when drunk. Ling Xiao had just opened the room door, and Bai Yushi had long since prepared warm water and was waiting for him. Ling Xiao had long been accustomed to Bai Yushi's service, so he gladly accepted it. It was just that every time Bai Yushi saw his naked upper body, an intoxicating blush would appear on her face, appearing extremely adorable. After washing his face, Ling Xiao and Bai Yushi went to the front hall to have their meal together. Just as they arrived at the front hall, there was an additional person in the hall today. This person was precisely the person who saved Ling Xiao yesterday, Ling Tao. Ling Tao's eyes swept over Ling Xiao, and he revealed an astonished expression as he said, "Good lad, you actually recovered so quickly?" Although the high-grade dew rejuvenation pellet had the effect of restoring one's qi, Ling Xiao had suffered a serious injury yesterday. Even if he could heal 60 or 70% of his injuries, it would be a miracle. But Ling Xiao's appearance was full of vigor and vitality, and he didn't look like he had been injured at all. Ling Tao naturally didn't know that Ling Xiao's 3 parts restoration qi originally had the ability to heal injuries, and coupled with the dew returning pill, the effects would be especially obvious. Moreover, last night Ling Xiao took the opportunity to break through the 11th meridian, and his muscles were all warmed up, so his mental state was naturally especially good. "Thank you, third uncle, for saving my life yesterday." Ling Xiao stepped forward and bowed. If it wasn't for Ling Tao's quick arrival yesterday, he would have died in the Yellow Springs. He didn't know if he could still think of transmigrating like this after death. Perhaps he wouldn't have such dog shit luck. Ling Tao patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder and said, "No need to be so polite. I'm your third uncle, we're family. Let's eat something first, then I'll take you to see the clan leader." Ling Tao patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and said, "Don't be so polite, I'm your third uncle, we're family. Eat something first, I'll bring you to see the clan leader." Ling Zhan saw that Ling Xiao didn't have much of a reaction, so he asked softly, "Xiao, you don't have anything against your grandfather, do you?" Ling Xiao's grandfather was naturally the Ling clan leader, Ling Tsang. Since Ling Xiao was crippled, this was the first time he had been summoned. If it was anyone else, they would have been excited, but Ling Xiao didn't seem to care at all. "Something? What is it?" Ling Xiao asked blankly. In his impression, his grandfather treated him well, and when he was young, he taught him many times how to cultivate Xian Qi. He was a good old man. Although the old man didn't pay attention to him for the past 2 years, he didn't have any complaints. This was because this was a world where martial arts were respected. Those who had strength would be favored, and those who had no strength would fall out of favor. This was the most normal thing. Being born in a big clan, one had to have this kind of awareness. "Big brother, don't worry about me. Anyone would feel cold after being ignored for 2 years. Come, have a drink." Ling Xiao's words had a different meaning in Ling Tao's ears. He thought that Ling Xiao was angry. Ling Zhan shook his head and didn't say anything. When he was crippled, his father had tried everything to help him, but in the end, he had no choice but to give up. But he could still feel that his father had worked hard for him. He could only lament that being in a high position, there were many things that one couldn't do. After a simple meal, Ling Tao took Ling Xiao to the inner courtyard of the Ling clan. The inner courtyard of the Ling clan was located in the south of the city, covering an area of thousands of acres. It was decorated with jade palaces, overhanging eaves, and arched tiles. It was as if it had been through countless years, but it still stood proudly. The Ling clan had gone through 18 generations and had a heritage of nearly 1,000 years. It was the #1 clan in Meteorite City, and its heritage was unimaginable to outsiders. Ling Xiao and Ling Tao came to the front door. Two ferocious beasts that looked like tigers and lions were squatting with their bloody mouths wide open, looking mighty and ferocious. The door was made of gold, and there were even carvings of dragons and phoenixes on it, making it look exceptionally noble. This was the aura of the number 1 clan in Meteorite City. 2 high-level cultivators held long spears in their hands, straightened their backs, and stood majestically in front of the door. Ling Tao brought Ling Xiao with him and was about to walk through the door, but he did not expect that 2 profound practitioners would actually block him, their spears crisscrossing. Clang! What are you doing? Ling Tao asked in a low voice. The 5th elder has ordered that if young Master Ling Xiao wants to enter the inner courtyard of the Ling clan, he must pass through us, one of the high-level cultivators said. Bastard, Ling Xiao has been summoned by the clan leader. Get out of the way, or else I'll send you to meet the King of Hell. Ling Tao's temper soared to the heavens. Being stopped at his own door, he was furious. We're sorry, Deacon Ling, we're only following the 5th elder's orders, the 2 replied in unison. You! Ling Tao was infuriated, and the long spear on his back was about to strike. He clearly knew that he could not attack his own guards, but the current situation was clearly going too far. Don't be angry, 3rd uncle. It's not worth it for these 2 dogs. Watch how this nephew will teach these 2 disobedient dogs a lesson, Ling Xiao hurriedly pacified him. The moment Ling Xiao's words left his mouth, the 2 high-level profound practitioners guarding the gate glared angrily at Ling Xiao. Ling Tao glanced at Ling Xiao, and then said, Fine, if you can't beat them, I'll kill these 2 dogs even if I have to risk being kicked out of the clan. Don't teach a dog a lesson, it's better to be bitten by a dog instead. At this time, the 5th elder's grandson, Ling Rui, also appeared in front of the door. Behind him were Ma Zi and Dog Nose, who looked at Ling Xiao with a face full of ridicule. Yesterday, he had received news that proved that Ling Xiao had recultivated his profound strength, which gave him a fright. But not long after, he heard that Ling Xiao had been ambushed and heavily injured, so he began to rejoice in other people's misfortune. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao was summoned by the clan leader today, which made him very angry. However, when he found out that his grandfather wanted to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, he waited here early in the morning to watch the show. Ling Xiao glanced at Ling Rui, only to see that this person was dressed in a gorgeous cyan robe. His appearance was not bad, but it was a pity that his narrowed eyes made Ling Xiao extremely loathe him. The person in front of him was the person who had almost sent him to meet the King of Hell. A mere low-level profound practitioner dares to make such a ruckus here? You really don't know the difference between life and death, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. You, what a sharp tongue. Humph, let's see how you enter the inner courtyard. A trash like you is only fit to be a commoner's bastard. Ling Rui was so angry that his face turned purple as he shouted. The day before yesterday, the news of Ling Xiao defeating Luo Qingxuang of the Luo clan had already spread throughout Meteorite City. Now that Ling Xiao was ridiculing him, he was indeed very sullen. How dare you? Ling Xiao and Ling Tao shouted angrily. Both of them began to move, but Ling Xiao's cloud shadow phantom seemed to be even faster. Ling Rui was sent flying by Ling Xiao like a fly. Ling Rui covered his flushed face, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. He climbed up in a sorry state, pointed at Ling Tao and said, You actually dare to hit me? I'm going to sue you in front of the clan leader. Go ahead. I actually dared to call me a bastard, and the clan leader is my grandfather. Then aren't you insulting the clan leader? You're disrespecting the clan leader, it's a crime of blasphemy. When I enter the inner courtyard, I'll definitely ask the elders to punish you. Ling Xiao said to Ling Rui with a smile. When Ling Rui heard this, his expression changed. Wah! He then spat out another mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Ma Zi and Dog Nose did not even dare to look at Ling Xiao in the eye. They picked up Ling Rui and hurriedly left. Really useless, Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Huh, good, you're too good. Ling Tao heavily patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and laughed with great satisfaction. He looked at Ling Xiao as if he was meeting his nephew for the first time. Alright, third uncle, you first watch how I teach these two dogs a lesson. In the future, they'll open their eyes and see the difference between dogs and humans. Ling Xiao backhandedly tied the Zhu Lao sword to his back. He actually did not intend to use the sword. Xiao heir, don't be careless. Both of them are already at the peak of the mystic realm. As long as they condense their Xian energy and reach the realm of Xian energy externalization, they can break through to the mystic realm. I think you'd better draw your sword. Ling Tao advised from the side. Don't worry, third uncle. Just two mere dogs are not worthy of my full strength. Ling Xiao said with a face of certainty. If it was before, he might not have dared to be careless, but now that he had broken through the 11th meridian and reached the 9th level of the martial disciple realm, although he was still a long way off from the two people in front of him, with his cloud shadow footwork, he could definitely catch them off guard and win. Alright, be careful. Ling Tao saw that Ling Xiao was determined, so he did not waste any more words and retreated. Come, two dogs who don't know the difference between life and death. Ling Xiao stretched out a finger and curled it at the two high-level profound practitioners in an insulting manner. The two high-leveled profound practitioners were furious, but on the surface, they still said politely, "Sorry to offend you." The two high-leveled profound practitioners both cultivated the Ling family's gray-level profound skill, Rain Spear Art. The Rain Spear Art, as the name suggested, was divided into a total of 5 forms. Each form was like a dense rain of spears, making it impossible to defend against. The two high-leveled profound practitioners used it at the same time, and a rain of spears immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Specks of profound qi emitted a cold aura, and as long as one was touched by it, their body would be pierced. Ling Xiao wiped away a light smile and used Phantom Shadow, instantly bypassing the attacks of the two guards. Flowing water, flowing cloud. Both palms struck out, and all the profound qi in his body was concentrated behind them. Thick and continuous, as fast as flowing water, it heavily imprinted on the backs of the two people. The two guards reacted extremely quickly, and simultaneously used a back thrust. Ling Xiao realized that these two weren't just ordinary guards. Their two spears were aimed at his throat. It was obvious that they wanted to kill him. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao's body leaped, like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit. His legs turned into dozens of footprints as he attacked the two, his figure extremely agile and elegant. This was the second form of the wind god's kick that Ling Xiao loved to use in his previous life, grass in the wind. This move was extremely fast, and its power was extremely domineering. Pooh! Pooh! Chapter 16. In the past, the wind god Nie Feng had shaken the martial arts world with his unparalleled wind god's leg and became a legend. Now that Ling Xiao had already comprehended the essence of the wind god's leg, as long as his profound strength increased, he would be able to recreate the divine might of the wind god of the past. Both of his legs were filled with profound energy, and he stepped on the two guards who could not react in time. The two guards' defenses were insufficient. Their noses were broken on the spot, and they vomited blood as they fell far away. Ling Xiao landed on the ground with a slightly pale face. He took a deep breath and said to Ling Tao, "Third uncle, let's go. I believe these two dogs won't dare to bite people anymore." Ling Tao looked at the fallen bodyguards on both sides of the courtyard and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. Then, he walked side by side with Ling Xiao into the inner courtyard. Just as he walked in, Ling Xiao could not help but feel enlightened. This was the first time he had stepped into the Ling family's inner courtyard. A straight path led straight ahead, surrounded by hundreds of flowers that bloomed, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The rockery was strange, as if a spirit beast was galloping. The small bridge was surrounded by flowing water, emitting a clear trickling sound, and there were pavilions dotted around it. This combination was like the inner courtyard of a palace, extremely beautiful and quiet. At the end of the road was a large training field that was nearly 1,000 square meters. In the middle of the training field was a raised platform. This was obviously the Ling family's martial arts arena, and it was also the place where the family tests were held every year. Right in front of the road was a majestic and extraordinary pavilion. This pavilion was 7 stories high and was made of a 1,000-year-old redwood tree. The wooden walls were carved with spirit patterns that looked extremely mysterious. It even faintly emitted a faint light, making it look grand and magnificent. If there was a formation master here, they would definitely be able to see that there was a formation around this pavilion. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. The Ling family is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 great families. The inner courtyard is actually so unique and majestic. There were many youths between the ages of 10 and 16 practicing martial arts under the guidance of the deacon. Many of the older youths recognized Ling Xiao, because 2 years ago, Ling Xiao was their idol. But now, their dreams of idols had been shattered, and what remained was only a trash that was ridiculed by others. Isn't that our family's disgrace, Ling Xiao? Yeah, how did he get into the inner court? This kind of trash doesn't even have the right to take half a step into the inner courtyard. Isn't that right? He's tarnishing our family's reputation, and our family doesn't need this kind of trash. Don't talk about brother Ling Xiao like that. He's my idol. Although he can't cultivate Xian Qi, I believe that he'll be able to stand up again. What a joke, the Grand Elder has already determined that he can no longer cultivate profound energy, he is destined to be a cripple for the rest of his life. On the martial arts platform, most of the youths were pointing fingers at Ling Xiao, and many of them were even mocking him. Only a little girl in pink was supporting Ling Xiao. This little girl was Ling Xiao's cousin, Ling Ling, and the youngest daughter of his uncle, Ling Ju. She was only 8 years old, and her tender little face was extremely cute. The tall and strong youth beside Ling Ling was Ling Ji, one of the grandsons of the second elder, Ling Imo. At the age of 15, he was already at the peak of a low-level Xian Qi practitioner. In another half a year, he would be able to break through a small level and become a mid-level Xian Qi practitioner. This kind of talent could be considered top-notch in Meteorite City, and he was much stronger than Ling Rui, who was still a low-level Xian Qi practitioner at the age of 18. I forbid you to say that about brother Ling Xiao, he's stronger than all of you, Ling Ling raised her little fist and shouted angrily. She was already a 3rd-level martial disciple, and her clenched fist also had a bit of power. Humph, little girl, watch carefully. Watch how I teach your brother Ling Xiao a lesson. Ling Ji looked at Ling Ling with a face full of disdain, and then walked towards Ling Xiao. Even though he was Ling Mo's grandson, he was still young, and not everything about the Ling family was known to him. He only knew that Ling Xiao had been seriously injured yesterday, but he didn't know that Ling Xiao had already been able to recultivate his Xian Qi, and that his strength was even stronger than yesterday. If he had known about this, he probably wouldn't have come out to look for trouble. Hey, trash, you don't have the right to enter our family's inner courtyard. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram, or I'll teach you a lesson. Ling Ji's personality was domineering, and he didn't put Ling Tao in his eyes at all, and directly shouted at Ling Xiao. This was because there was an unwritten rule in the family: people of the same generation could learn from each other, but as long as they didn't kill each other, the older generation couldn't interfere. Thus, Ling Ji dared to disrespect Ling Xiao in front of Ling Tao, just like Ling Rui, who directly ignored Ling Tao. Ling Tao had already seen Ling Xiao's strength, and towards Ling Ji's provocation, he didn't say much, and just wanted to watch the show from the side. Ling Xiao looked at him with a playful expression. Are you talking about me? Ling Ji placed his hands on his waist. In our Ling family, other than you, who else is a trash? Your father is also a trash like you, and you're a disgrace to our Ling family. If I were you, I'd just smash my head against the wall and die. Ling Ji's words were sharp and unkind, causing Ling Tao to frown. Not far away, the younger generation of the Ling family gathered together to watch the show, as if they could already see Ling Xiao being taught a lesson by Ling Ji. Only Ling Ling clenched her fists and shouted, "Brother Ling Xiao isn't a trash, brother Ling Xiao, beat up Ling Ji, he's so annoying." Ling Xiao smiled at Ling Er. "Little Ling Er, you're right, he looks as stupid as a cow, he's really annoying." "Huh, Ling Ji is a cow." Ling Ling Tian was really cute, and immediately responded to Ling Xiao's words with a smile. "How dare a trash like you humiliate me, I'll teach you a lesson." Ling Ji shouted, and his body pounced towards Ling Xiao, his fists condensed 80% of his strength, and smashed towards Ling Xiao. "If I say you're a cow, then you're a cow. I didn't even point out your name, and you actually thought so? How stupid." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ji's fists in disdain. In terms of strength, Ling Xiao was definitely not a match for a Xian cultivator, but his speed was something that even a high-level Xian cultivator could not compare to, and only a Xian cultivator could threaten him. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, his footsteps crisscrossed, and only a scar was left on the ground. Ling Ji's fists smashed into the scar, and he shouted, "Not good." Unfortunately, it was too late, as Ling Xiao had already raised his palm from behind. Flowing water and flowing clouds. Pa! Ling Xiao's palm directly landed on the back of Ling Ji's head, and he was sent flying a few meters, immediately fainting. At that moment, all the youths in the martial arts field looked at Ling Xiao in disbelief. They did not know what had happened, but they saw Ling Ji being sent flying, and Ling Ji did not seem to be able to get up again. Was this really a trash who could not cultivate? All of them had doubts in their hearts. In the end, the answer was no. Not only was Ling Xiao not a trash, he was even stronger than all of them. Ling Ji, who was at the peak of a low-level Xian Qi, was defeated with a single palm. Even a beginner middle-level Xian Qi might not have such strength. Among those present, only the deacon who was teaching the children and Ling Tao could see that something was amiss. Both of them were puzzled. "This kid's footwork is very strange." "Wow, brother Ling Xiao, you're so awesome." Ling Ling immediately jumped up and shouted. Ling Xiao took 2 steps forward and hugged the cute little girl in his arms. He kissed her forehead and said, "You're not as awesome as my little Ling Er. You're already a level 3 martial disciple at such a young age. If you work hard, you'll become a Xian Qi very soon." Ling Ling's face turned red as she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you're so bad. You actually stole my first kiss. What if I can't get married in the future?" Ling Xiao's words immediately caused Ling Tao and Ling Xiao to burst into laughter. They couldn't help but sigh inwardly at how precocious this little girl was. "Alright, let's go, don't let the clan wait for too long." Ling Tao patted Ling Ling's head and said to Ling Xiao. Putting down Ling Ling, Ling Xiao and Ling Tao finally stepped into the pavilion in the inner courtyard. Inside the pavilion, 9 elders seemed to have been waiting for a long time. Sitting at the top was Ling Zhao's grandfather, Ling Tsang, who was also the clan leader of the Ling clan. He wore a dark golden robe and his long hair was tied up. There were strands of white in his hair, and his thin old face was filled with shallow wrinkles. He looked very amiable, but there was an indescribable sense of authority in his eyes that made people not dare to look at him directly. On his lower right was the second elder, Ling Mo. His expression was very stiff. He had one hand on the armrest, and his fingers kept tapping on the wooden chair, emitting a crisp sound of tap. Tap. To his left was the third elder, Ling Yuan. His body was as fat as a ball, and his entire face was squeezed to the point where it was difficult to see his facial features. Only his 2 eyes were sharp as he sized up Ling Xiao. Below Ling Mo and Ling Yuan were the fourth elder, and then the fifth elder. Ling Tao bowed to Ling Tsang, who was sitting at the top, and said, "Clan leader, Ling Xiao has arrived." After saying that, he retreated to the lowest corner and stood there expressionlessly. Although Ling Tao was Ling Tsang's son, the Ling clan was very strict. Before he became an elder, there would never be a seat for him in the inner courtyard. Ling Xiao also bowed like Ling Tao, "Greetings, clan leader and elders." "Humph." At this time, the fifth elder, Ling Yan, coldly snorted, and a great pressure pressed down on Ling Xiao. Ling Tsang, who was sitting at the top, frowned, but soon relaxed, and did not stop Ling Yan. Suddenly, Ling Xiao felt an indescribable pressure from all directions, causing his breathing to become rapid and difficult. His body felt as if it was being pressed down by a huge rock, and if he relaxed even a little, he would kneel on the ground. A wave of anger rose in Ling Xiao's heart. Damn it, from the outside until now, he had been repeatedly rejected and provoked. This was really intolerable. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, and his eyes were red with anger. The skin of his mouth had already been bitten, and traces of blood flowed out. His body was bent over from the pressure, but he still persisted. One of his hands was already on the giant dragon sword on his back, as if he was ready to draw it out and fight to the death. Enough. The second elder, Ling Mo, who was above the fifth elder, waved his hand and dispersed the fifth elder's pressure. With the pressure gone, Ling Xiao only felt his body and mind relax. A mouthful of blood was about to gush out of his stomach, but it was directly suppressed by his stubborn nature. Ling Xiao looked at the fifth elder and sneered, "You hit the young one, and the old one came. Fifth elder, are you trying to bully the young?" Ling Yan did not know that his son had been humiliated by Ling Xiao, and immediately said in a displeased tone, "What do you mean by that? I was just following the wishes of the elders to see if you can really cultivate Xian Qi." "Oh, so that's how it is. I have wrongly accused the fifth elder." Ling Xiao slightly bowed, and then he said, "I thought the fifth elder was standing up for your grandson, but I think the fifth elder is clear about public and private affairs, and I believe that he would not easily cover up for anyone who disrespects the clan leader, right?" Ling Yan did not listen carefully, and immediately nodded and said, "Of course." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "That's good." Then he raised his head and said to the sitting elders in a clear voice, "Just now at the entrance, someone publicly insulted me. Originally, this was not a big deal. In these 2 years, I, Ling Xiao, have become numb to it, and will not bother with others. However, I would like to boldly ask the elders, if the Ling family's disciples were to speak disrespectfully to the clan leader, what punishment would they receive?" Ling Xiao's solemn speech drew the attention of all the other elders, who were seated, to look at him in confusion. Finally, the fourth elder in charge of punishment, Ling Wei, said, "If the Ling family's disciples are disrespectful to the clan leader, their profound strength will be abolished, and they will be expelled from the Ling family." Chapter 17. You deserve to be expelled from the Ling family. This sentence was like the morning bell of an ancient tomb, causing fifth elder Ling Yan's eyes to jump a few times, and his mind became a little uneasy. Ling Xiao straightened his back, looked around at the great elders, and finally landed on Ling Yan, and asked lightly, "May I ask fifth elder, am I the first grandson of the patriarch?" Fifth elder's old eyebrows slightly jumped, and he nodded undeniably, "Of course, but what does this have to do with what you said?" "Of course it has to do with it, it has to do with it," Ling Xiao said, keeping them in suspense. Second elder Ling Mo said impatiently, "If you have something to say it quickly." Ling Xiao glanced at the second elder, then fell on the fifth elder, and said, "May I ask fifth elder, is cousin Ling Rui your grandson?" The fifth elder, Ling Yan, said unhappily, "Of course. All the elders here watched him being born. What if someone insults Ling Rui as a bastard?" "This," Ling Xiao said lightly. Before he finished, Ling Yen slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Whoever dares to be so bold, I will kill his whole family." Fifth elder, don't be angry, I was just saying, in fact, no one in the family dares to offend you, fifth elder. Ling Xiao said with a dry laugh. Ling Yen glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Are you done? You've changed the topic." At this time, fourth elder Ling Wei also said in a deep voice, "Ling Xiao, if you have something to say it directly, don't beat around the bush." Ling Xiao answered, "Yes," to the fourth elder, and then he said seriously, "Just now, before I entered the inner courtyard with Deacon Ling Tao, cousin Ling Rui spoke rudely to me and insulted me as a bastard. Just now, fifth elder also admitted that I am the first grandson of the patriarch, and I believe that all the elders here can testify for me. May I ask fourth elder, fifth elder, is this disrespect to the patriarch?" As soon as Ling Xiao said this, all the elders' expressions changed, especially Ling Yen, who looked like he wanted to tear Ling Xiao apart alive. Nonsense. I don't believe that my good-for-nothing grandson would say such disgraceful words. Ling Yen stood up and shouted. Deacon Ling Tao can testify on this matter. Ling Xiao pointed to Ling Tao, who was standing in the corner. At this time, Ling Tao stood up and replied, "That's right, Ling Rui did indeed insult Ling Xiao as a bastard. His words were very forceful. He only said that Ling Rui had called Ling Xiao a bastard, but he did not say that he had insulted the clan leader. His words were meant to be a witness for the elders, but everyone knew that the meaning of his words was self-evident. This is too outrageous, to actually say such treasonous words." Third elder Ling Yuan raised her eyes that were like a line and said indifferently. Ling Yen glanced at Ling Yuan and didn't dare to say anything else. He returned to his seat, but his fists were tightly clenched. At this time, Ling Mo opened his mouth and said, "The child's words can't be taken seriously." As soon as Ling Mo said this, none of the sitting elders spoke anymore. The third elder also cast a glance at Ling Tsang, who was sitting on the upper seat, and then narrowed his eyes again. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud, "Ha, ha," his voice resounded throughout the entire loft. Ling Wei coldly snorted, "Don't make noise in the meeting hall." Ling Xiao stopped smiling and shouted at Ling Wei, "I heard that the fourth elder is the most impartial and strict elder in the clan, but now he is only so. Just now, I asked the fifth elder, if someone insulted Ling Rui as a bastard, it was disrespectful to the fifth elder, and he wanted to kill the person's entire family. But now, Ling Rui insulted me as a bastard? Isn't this disrespectful to the clan leader? Fourth elder, just now you said that his Xianqi should be abolished and he should be expelled from the clan. But just because the second elder said the child's words can't be taken seriously, you don't dare to convict him? If Ling Rui was just a 3-year-old child, I, Ling Xiao, would naturally not lower myself to his level. But he is already an adult who has held a ceremony of adulthood, and he must be responsible for his words. Could it be that the second elder and the fourth elder want to disregard the clan leader's authority? Ling Xiao's words were sonorous and powerful, and each sentence was sobering. Every sentence was like a sharp knife stabbing into the hearts of the elders. That's right, his Xianqi should be abolished and he should be expelled from the clan. The third elder, Ling Yuan, widened his eyes and looked at the smile on Ling Xiao's face. But this smile seemed to be uglier than crying. He had too much fat on him. That's right, Ling Rui should be severely punished. The sixth elder was the second to speak. Then, the seventh elder and the ninth elder began to echo in agreement. Only the eighth elder glanced at the second elder without saying anything. The fourth elder, Ling Wei, and the fifth elder, Ling Yen, were both staring at Ling Xiao. The former had a thoughtful look on his face, as if he was trying to see through Ling Xiao, while the latter was gnashing his teeth in hatred. The second elder only glanced at Ling Xiao, and his fingers continued to tap on the chair. He didn't say anything else. Up until now, the clan leader, Ling Tsang, had not opened his mouth to speak. He just sat there quietly, as if he had fallen asleep, not paying attention to what was going on outside. After a long time, the fourth elder let out a sigh and said, according to the clan's 19th punishment, Ling Rui's Xianqi will be abolished and he will be expelled from the clan. As soon as the fourth elder said this, the fifth elder swallowed his anger and stood up. He bowed to Ling Tsang and said, Clan leader, Ling Yan has taught Sun Wufang a lesson. Please be merciful and give him a lighter sentence. At this moment, Ling Tsang looked up and finally spoke. He said, since Ling Rui is young and ignorant, I will exempt him from having his Xianqi abolished and expel him from the clan. However, he must be punished to face the wall in the back mountains for half a year. The fifth elder was delighted and immediately bowed to thank Ling Tsang. Alright, today we have gathered all the elders here to discuss the matter of Ling Zhao's return to the inner courtyard. Please voice your opinion, Ling Tsang said. As soon as Ling Tsang finished speaking, the third elder, Ling Yuan, immediately agreed, I agree. Then, the second elder, Ling Mo, also said, I have no opinion. Following that, all the elders agreed without a single objection. The fifth elder did not dare to sing a different tune at this moment. Originally, he had planned to make things difficult for Ling Xiao, but who would have thought that Ling Xiao would make the first move and almost put him on the spot. He would remember this debt. Alright, this matter is decided. In the future, Ling Xiao will be allowed to enter the inner courtyard as he pleases. He will also be allowed to read the Xian techniques from the first to the second floor of the Hidden Technique Pavilion. He will also be allowed to receive a level 1 weapon. He will also be allowed to participate in the clan's examination in a month's time. Today's meeting ends here. After Ling Tsang announced the matter of Ling Xiao, he immediately waved his hand to dismiss the meeting. He then said, Ling Xiao, stay behind. Ling Xiao, who was about to turn around, stopped. After the elders left, Ling Tsang lightly waved his hand and the door was closed. Ling Xiao was extremely envious of Ling Tsang's move. This was something that could only be done by someone who had reached the realm of externalizing Xianqi. Furthermore, to be able to control one's strength as one wished, only a spirit master would be able to do so. Ling Tsang walked down from his seat and stared at Ling Xiao. Child, do you hate your grandfather? At this moment, Ling Tsang did not have any of the dignity of a person in power. He only had the peace and tranquility of a grandfather. Ling Xiao did not know why, but his heart felt sour. He immediately replied, in the beginning, I hated grandfather. I hated grandfather for being so heartless and not caring about my family. I hated grandfather for not coming to see me for the past 2 years. I hated that I wasn't born into a normal family. If I had been born into a normal family, I would have been able to grow up happily with grandfather. At this point, Ling Tsang sighed and turned his face away, not allowing the tears to flow out of his eyes. Then, Ling Xiao continued, but after seeing grandfather today, I no longer hate him. Grandfather is the head of the family, and of course, the family's interest comes first. The Ling family is a large family in Meteorite City, and the other families are all eyeing the Ling family with greed. They all want to replace the Ling family. Grandfather has to take care of everyone, so he has to abandon the small family. Furthermore, the family's internal strife has not been resolved yet, so how would grandfather have the time to take care of our family? Therefore, Xiao Er no longer hates grandfather. Ling Tsang looked at Ling Xiao, who was speaking with confidence and composure, and tears finally began to well up. Fortunately, he managed to hold them back in time. Ling Tsang walked to Ling Zhao's side and heavily patted Ling Zhao's shoulder. Ling Tsang, I am truly relieved to have such a sensible grandson like you. Grandfather's words are too serious, but I still hope that grandfather can take some time out of your busy schedule to visit my father and mother. They haven't been happy these past few years, Ling Xiao said softly. Ling Tsang nodded and said, it's been hard on your family these past few years. I hope that Zhan, and Xian won't blame this old man. In truth, grandfather also wants to be the head of the family and enjoy the pleasures of the celestial wheel. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Don't, I still want a grandfather who's the head of the family." "That's so cool. You brat, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want?" Ling Tsang said in a bad mood. What kind of compensation?" Ling Xiao asked, a bit confused. "Compensation for neglecting you these past 2 years. As long as grandfather can do it, I will do my best to satisfy you," Ling Tsang said with his hands clasped behind his back. "Is that so? Let me think about it." Ling Xiao was delighted, but after thinking about it for a moment, he said, "Just give me a few tens of thousands of gold coins, as well as a dozen or so grade 2 king crow ginseng, the older the better." "Tens of thousands of gold coins? Do you think your grandfather owns a bank?" Ling Tsang said angrily, then asked, "What do you want the grade 2 king crow ginseng for? With your current strength of a martial disciple, you won't be able to absorb all of the king crow ginseng's medicinal properties. It will only be a waste of resources." Ling Xiao said, "I want to use it to break through to martial disciple and become a Xian practitioner." "Xiao, your thoughts are a bit off. Although the king crow ginseng can increase your Xian qi, it's just an external force. It can't help you break through to the next stage. If you want to break through to the next stage, you might as well use a grade 2 Xian increasing dan. It's just that if you use a Xian increasing dan to break through to the next stage, it will be detrimental to your future growth." Ling Xiao naturally understood Ling Tsang's reasoning, but he still wanted to choose the king crow ginseng because its main purpose was to clear his meridians and increase his Xian qi. This way, he would be able to break through the last meridian and become a martial disciple. Only then would he be able to continue his cultivation. Otherwise, he would be stuck at the level of a martial disciple for the rest of his life. Thus, Ling Xiao told Ling Tsang about the immortal dream that he had told Ling Zhan. Finally, he told Ling Tsang about his own situation. Ling Tsang looked at Ling Xiao in shock. You're telling the truth?" Ling Xiao nodded, "It's absolutely true. How else would I be able to recultivate my Xian qi?" That year, the Grand Elder determined that unless I had a grade 5 Xian increasing dan, I wouldn't be able to recultivate my Xian qi. Ling Tsang thought for a moment, then said seriously, "Who else knows about this other than you?" "And father," Ling Xiao replied. "Yes, child. In the future, no matter who it is, don't tell anyone about this, including the people closest to you. Do you understand?" Ling Tsang said seriously. Ling Xiao nodded heavily. Then, Ling Tsang smiled and said, "The heavens are truly blessing our Ling family. Xiao actually had such an opportunity. By the way, can your father also open his meridians like you?" "Of course, it won't be long before father becomes a Xian qi practitioner again," Ling Xiao said confidently. Good. I still have 2,000-year-old king crow ginseng. I'll go get them for you right away," Ling Tsang said excitedly. His wrinkled face turned into a happy smile, as if he had become 10 years younger. Chapter 18. The news of Ling Zhao's return to the inner courtyard caused a huge uproar in the Ling family. 2 years ago, the genius of Meteorite City was judged to be a cripple who could no longer cultivate and was ridiculed by everyone. Now, he was reborn and rose again in the short span of a month. First, he taught Li Guangyin of the Li family a lesson. Then, he defeated Luo Qingxuang of the Luo family with a single move at the Savory Fragrance Inn. Ling Xiao once again proved that his reputation as a genius was not just for show. Just as the Ling family was discussing Ling Zhao's return to the inner courtyard, Ling Xiao had obtained 2 stalks of king crow ginseng from his grandfather, Ling Tsang. He was preparing to break through the 12th meridian and become a profound practitioner. King crow ginseng was usually a low-tier level 2 spirit herb. Other than the effect of relaxing the meridians, it could also increase Xian Qi and extend one's lifespan. The king crow ginseng that Ling Xiao had obtained from Ling Tsang was already 1,000 years old. It was even older than the average king crow ginseng and had stronger medicinal properties. Thus, it was considered a mid-tier level 2 spirit herb and was worth more than 10,000 gold coins. In Meteorite City, it was priceless. Ling Tsang had obtained it by chance when he entered the desolate mountain range. Everything was ready except for the east wind. Tonight was the night for Ling Xiao to break through his meridian. After dinner, Ling Xiao returned to his room early and began to meditate. When his energy, spirit, and qi were at their peak, it was time for him to break through his meridian. 4 hours later, Ling Xiao took out 5 pieces of king crow ginseng that had already been cut. Just as Ling Tsang had said, Ling Xiao was not a profound practitioner yet. He could not absorb the medicinal properties of the entire king crow ginseng. If he abruptly obeyed all of them, he would waste a lot of the medicinal properties. Thus, Ling Xiao did not recklessly consume them all at once. Instead, he cut one of the stalks in half and divided it into 5 small portions. He consumed them separately in case he needed them. Breaking through the last meridian and breaking through from martial disciple to Xian at the same time required a lot of energy, and it might not succeed in one go. Ling Xiao had already made ample preparations, and he was confident that he would succeed tonight. Ling Xiao tossed one of the king crow ginseng into his mouth. His body quickly circulated the 3 parts restoration energy. 11 streams of hot energy surged up from his Yongquan acupoint before converging together and charging toward his 12th meridian. At the same time, the king crow ginseng began to display its medicinal effects. An endless mass of energy rushed over from behind, merging with the 11 streams of hot energy to form a huge mass of energy. Wherever it went, the meridian would swell up to twice its original size. Finally, it struck the meridians that had been closed for a long time. Boom! Ah! Ling Xiao let out a blood-curdling screech. His sweat poured down like rain, and his veins were exposed. His appearance was extremely sinister. The first attempt was undoubtedly a failure. As always, Ling Xiao did not think of giving up. He gritted his teeth and once again circulated the Xian energy in his body. The medicinal effects of the king crow ginseng became even stronger. An even larger mass of energy condensed again, and once again rushed toward the abandoned meridian. Boom! Ah! Boom! Ah! Ling Xiao could not remember how many times he had tried to break through the meridian, but it still had not been broken. His entire body was covered in sweat, and there were many streaks of blood seeping out of his pores. He looked like a man of blood, and it was extremely frightening. Damn it, the energy is still not enough. Ling Xiao cursed softly, and once again sat down to meditate. He circulated the 3 parts restoration energy in his body to alleviate the pain from the previous attacks. Another hour passed, and Ling Xiao's body returned to normal. He opened his eyes, and they were once again filled with confidence. Again, I'll succeed tonight or die trying. Ling Xiao growled. He picked up 2 pieces of king crow ginseng beside him and threw them into his mouth at the same time, attempting to break through the meridian again. He did not know how many times he had tried, but when the medicinal effects of the second piece of king crow ginseng were about to disappear, the abandoned meridian finally showed traces of cracks. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Ignoring the pain in his body, he swallowed the last 3 pieces of king crow ginseng. The huge mass of energy was like a rolling fireball, and once again rushed toward its target. Kachuk. Finally, the energy fireball broke through the vent, and headed toward his limbs and organs. Ling Xiao's body rippled with a sense of comfort. It was like soaking in the ice-cold seawater on a hot summer day, or soaking in a hot spring on a bone-chilling winter day. It made one feel relaxed and reluctant to leave. Just as Ling Xiao was about to cheer, the Xian energy flowing through the 12 meridians slowly gathered at the dantian in his lower abdomen. Ling Xiao hurriedly gathered his thoughts again, and began to circulate the vitality-restoring qi. At this moment, it was the sign of reaching the profound practitioner level, and the Xian energy was gathering at the Dantian. Any martial disciple could increase the strength of their body through cultivation, but no matter how much they increased their strength, if they could not gather it at the Dantian, they would never be able to be called a profound practitioner. Only by filling the 12 meridians with Xian energy, and then guiding the Xian energy of the 12 meridians to the Dantian, allowing the Dantian to become the base for storing Xian energy in the future, could one be considered a profound practitioner. This was also so that when the Xian energy was strong enough in the future, he could force it out of his body, and become a respected profound practitioner. The rest of the night passed quietly. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, his eyes were like two sharp blades, and no one dared to look at them directly. His face gradually turned into a joyful smile. Huh! I finally succeeded. Ling Xiao laughed heartily as he sprung up from where he stood. He spun once in the air before finally jumping into the bathtub with great accuracy. Pooh! The cold water in the bathtub splashed. In an instant, a stench rushed to the sky. What? What's going on? Who's shitting, to actually smell it in my house? Ling Xiao said as he sniffed. Immediately after, Ling Xiao looked at his own bathtub, and saw that the water in the bathtub was actually all black, and it was also suffused with a strong stench. F***ck, so that's what's going on. Ling Xiao suddenly came to a realization. Last night, Ling Xiao broke through the 12th meridian, guided the Xian energy to gather at the Dantian, and reached the profound practitioner level, causing his body to change, and the impurities in his body to be discharged, making his body's flesh even purer, and this stench was caused by the impurities that were discharged from his body. Young master, is there anything I can help you with? Bai Yushi's Oreo-like greeting came from outside the door. Ling Xiao knew that Bai Yushi would be on time every morning, so he was not surprised, and immediately said, Yushi, can I trouble you to bring in 2 more buckets of water? Yes, young master. Bai Yushi replied lightly, and retreated to fetch water. After washing up, Ling Xiao put on a tight robe that hooked up his slightly bulging chest muscles, and then draped a black cloak over his shoulders. His entire person seemed to be shining brightly, and his aura was dignified. Bai Yushi, who was at the side, couldn't help but be a little stunned. Why did she realize that the young master seemed to have become even more charming, and even taller and stronger? Thinking of this, Bai Yushi couldn't help but blush. Ling Xiao looked over and saw that Bai Yushi's face was hot. He thought that she was feeling unwell, so he touched her forehead and muttered, Yushi, you don't have a fever, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Yushi was stunned, and with a ing sound, she ran out of her room as if she was flying. Unexpectedly, someone happened to walk in from outside the house. Ouch! So sorry. Bai Yushi hurriedly apologized, then she raised her head and said in surprise, why is it you? The person who came was actually the Luo family's Luo Qingxuang. She was still dressed in a fiery red, gorgeous dress that was especially vibrant. Her cold and elegant face was like a lonely rose admiring itself in winter, and her beauty was displayed to its fullest. Her cheeks slightly puffed up, and she stared at Bai Yushi and said in a sweet voice, You came out of his room? This was clearly a bit self-deceiving, wasn't it obvious? Bai Yushi was puzzled by Luo Qingxuang's arrival. When she injured Ling Xiao in the restaurant, Bai Yushi naturally didn't have a good impression of Luo Qingxuang. She immediately said bluntly, Of course I came out of the young master's room. She said this straightforwardly, there was no other meaning. But when Luo Qingxuang heard it, it was full of unpleasant taste, and she was so angry that she was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Meng Shiyun came from behind, smiled and said, Miss, have you seen my Xiao? Then she said to Bai Yushi, Xiao, still hasn't woken up? Before the two women could reply, Ling Xiao came out of his room with a smile. Mother, I woke up a long time ago. Ling Xiao said. Then he saw Luo Qingxuang and was stunned. Little chubby girl, are you here for revenge? You scoundrel, who's here for revenge? Luo Qingxuang heard the words, little chubby girl, and immediately blushed. She stomped her feet and turned her face away. Her charming and alluring appearance was extremely beautiful. Xiao, this lady is? Why don't you introduce her to mother? Meng Shiyun asked Ling Xiao with a knowing smile. In her heart, she was already certain that this girl could be the daughter-in-law that her son found. Ling Xiao walked over and said, Mother, if you want to know then ask her, I'm not very familiar with her. You bastard! Luo Qingxuang shouted angrily. She came to apologize today, but this guy made her angry again and again. If it wasn't for Meng Shiyun at the side, she would have already started a fight. Meng Shiyun glared at Ling Xiao and was about to speak to Luo Qingxuang, but then she looked at Ling Xiao again and said, Xiao, you became a Xian cultivator. Meng Shiyun's words also made Luo Qingxuang look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled proudly, haha, I accidentally broke through last night. I'm no longer a piece of trash. Meng Shiyun walked towards Ling Xiao and touched Ling Xiao's face. She excitedly cried, good son, my family's genius is back. Chapter 19. In order to celebrate Ling Xiao's return to being a profound practitioner, Meng Shiyun and Bai Yushi prepared a table of good wine and dishes, preparing to reward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao accompanied Luo Qingxuang to sit on a stone bench in the courtyard. Ling Xiao sized up the beautiful and graceful Luo Qingxuang, and his heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but laugh, little fat girl, could it be that you've taken a fancy to me, and I won't marry you? In his previous life, although Ling Xiao did not lose his virginity, he had the feelings of a prodigal son, attracting countless beauties to bow down to him. In this life, he had also inherited his previous life's wanton personality. Luo Qingxuang spat and said, You're really thick-skinned. I heard that you were injured, so I came to see you out of goodwill. Luo Qingxuang's face was flushed red as she said something that didn't match her heart. Ever since she was defeated by Ling Xiao, her clothes had only been torn in a few places, and her body was completely unharmed. It could be seen that Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of killing intent towards her, otherwise, she would not have been able to stand here so intact. After experiencing that defeat, there was an inexplicable shadow in her heart. Last night, when her father talked to her, his tone actually faintly revealed that he wanted her to get close to Ling Xiao. Luo Qingxuang was inexplicably happy. She was just worried that she wouldn't have the chance to see Ling Xiao. Thus, early in the morning, she used the excuse of apologizing to Ling Xiao to see if Ling Xiao's injuries had healed. However, when she saw Bai Yushi running out of Ling Xiao's room, her heart only felt sour and uncomfortable, as if her beloved thing had been snatched away by someone else. However, when she discovered that not only had Ling Xiao recovered from his injuries, but he had also become a profound practitioner once again, her heart was even more shocked. It seemed like a few days ago, he was only a martial disciple of the 8th level. She remembered that she had spent a year and a half to go from a martial disciple of the 8th level to a profound practitioner. However, when she thought of how Ling Xiao had already broken through to the mystic realm, she wasn't too surprised that he had only returned to the mystic realm. Ling Xiao curled his lips and lightly said, Isn't it because of you that I'm injured? You have to take responsibility for this. What does that have to do with me? Luo Qingxuang said, feeling wronged. Originally, she wanted to apologize to this bastard. Who knew that this bastard didn't have the demeanor of a man at all, and was still calculative? She couldn't help but be angry, but at the same time, she liked this feeling. You can't say that. First of all, if you hadn't randomly attacked me in the restaurant, I wouldn't have suffered a backlash. Then I wouldn't have been injured. That bastard whose sneak attacked me is definitely dead. How could I have been injured? Ling Xiao said grumpily. Whenever he thought of this woman flipping out for no reason that day, he really wanted to press her to the side and give her a good spanking. Luo Qingxuang said angrily, "Humph, who told you to be so annoying? I hate it. How am I annoying? First of all, I didn't peep at you bathing. Second of all, I didn't touch your chest. Third." Ling Xiao refuted without stopping. He hadn't finished speaking when Luo Qingxuang's face darkened, and she pulled out the flexible sword at her waist. "Hey, if you have something to say, then say it. Why do you have to use weapons? It really hurts a girl's modesty." Ling Xiao said timidly as he took a step back and waved his hand. Luo Qingxuang glared at Ling Xiao, and then burst into laughter. Her incomparably beautiful face made people unable to help but exclaim that she was really a beauty. "That's right. You should smile more. That's how you look." Ling Xiao was not stingy with his praise. "None of your business," Luo Qingxuang said grumpily. Then, she slightly lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, "I'm sorry." "What? What did you say?" Ling Xiao had broken through to become a profound practitioner, and all of his senses had been enhanced. Naturally, he could hear Luo Qingxuang's apology, but he had to pretend that he didn't hear it and play with this girl. Luo Qingxuang's face turned red, and she shouted to Ling Xiao, "I'm sorry." Then, she turned around and fled like a swallow. Ling Xiao touched his ear and looked at the running Luo Qingxuang. He said to himself, "This girl isn't bad. If I can take her as a personal maid, she'll be a perfect match for Yushi." If these words were heard by the young masters of the various families in Meteorite City, they would probably take a kitchen knife and chop Ling Xiao to death. Such a beauty, who wouldn't fight to be a wife and raise her well? This guy actually arranged for her to be a maid? What a fool's dream. During the meal, Ling Zhan found out that his son had once again become a profound practitioner. While he was happy for his son, he also cursed his own cultivation speed for being too slow. After half a month, he had only broken through one meridian, and there was still a long way to go before he could break through the second meridian. Compared to his son, he was like the difference between clouds and mud. Ling Xiao seemed to see through his father's annoyance. After the meal, he followed his father to the study and took out a 1,500-year-old king crow ginseng. He placed it in front of Ling Zhan and said, "Father, this 1,500-year-old king crow ginseng should be able to speed up the process of breaking through the meridian." Ling Zhan received the 1,000-year-old king crow ginseng as if it was a priceless treasure. He asked, Where did you get it?" It's rare to see a 1,000-year-old king crow ginseng even in the spirit herb hall. Normally, a king crow ginseng that was less than 500 years old was still common, but a king crow ginseng that was more than 500 years old was rare. A 1,000-year-old king crow ginseng was even rarer, and its value was even more precious. Ling Xiao said, "I got it from my grandfather." Ling Zhan stared blankly for a moment, then laughed bitterly, "You little brat, you even dare to beat your grandfather." Following that, he looked at the king crow ginseng in his hand and said, "I think it's better for you to use it. Before you break through to the Xian realm, I have no use for it." He knew that the king crow ginseng was precious and had the effect of smoothing the meridians, increasing one's Xian qi and prolonging one's lifespan. However, it could not help one break through the meridians. That was why he rejected it. Ling Xiao stopped him and said, "Father, keep it. Every time you break through your meridians, take a small piece. Combined with the 3 parts returning energy, it will have an unexpected effect. Last night, I relied on the king crow ginseng to break through to the Xian realm." Ling Zhan no longer doubted his son's words. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully kept the king crow ginseng so that it could help him break through the 12 standard meridians and restore his Xian body. After leaving his father's study, Ling Xiao went straight to the inner courtyard. Yesterday, he had once again obtained the privilege of returning to the inner courtyard. Thus, there were no obstacles in front of him when he entered the inner courtyard. As he walked to the training grounds, the 18 generations of the Ling family who were training all looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Only Ling Ji, who had been defeated by Ling Xiao in one move yesterday, had a look of hatred in his eyes. Ling Xiao did not stop and walked straight to the southern loft, stopping in front of a 3-story loft. On the top of the door, there were 3 big words, Mysterious Skills Pavilion, engraved. These 3 words faintly emitted a mysterious aura, as if it contained some kind of secret. Ling Xiao was a top-notch Xiantian expert in his previous life and had extraordinary eyesight. After glancing at the 3 words, his body trembled slightly. With one look, he could tell that the person who engraved these 3 words was definitely a strong martial artist. Every stroke contained a biting cold aura. It was as if he could see a strong martial artist brandishing a spear on the words. An indescribable image seemed to enter his mind, but it disappeared in a flash. An old voice came from within the loft, "You can understand these 3 words?" Ling Xiao first bowed towards the loft, then said calmly, "These 3 words were carved from a spear." After pausing for a moment, the voice came from the loft again, "You are not bad, come in." Ling Xiao did not stay any longer and walked into the loft. This was the Ling family's Mysterious Skills Pavilion, and it contained the treasures left behind by more than 10 generations of the Ling family's ancestors. The first floor contained gray rank profound skills, the second floor contained yellow rank profound skills, and only the elders knew what was hidden on the third floor. When Ling Xiao returned to the inner courtyard, he had the qualifications to go to the Mysterious Skills Pavilion, to look through the profound skill manuals on the first to second floor. Ling Xiao himself had quite a few martial skills, and the reason he came here was to take a look at the difference between the profound skills here and his own martial skills. At the same time, he also wanted to learn a few more. After all, there was no harm in having more skills. Gray rank profound skills were the lowest level of cultivation techniques, but they were also the most widely collected cultivation techniques. The bookshelves on the first floor were filled to the brim. Ling Xiao casually walked around, but did not find any special profound skills, so he went up to the second floor. Just as he reached the second floor, he saw an old man sitting on a wooden armchair, sipping tea. This old man looked like he was already 100 years old, but in reality, he was already 143 years old. His old face was crisscrossed with wrinkles, emitting the aura of a dying mulberry tree. His thin and frail body seemed to be unable to withstand the tossing of a gust of wind. Only his old eyes occasionally flashed with a few traces of imperceptible light. Ling Xiao lightly trembled, then respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." This old man was the Ling family's Grand Elder. When the Grand Elder saw Ling Xiao, his eyes flashed slightly, and said with a slightly excited tone, "Kid, you actually became a profound practitioner again? Strange. Strange. Could it be that I misjudged you back then?" At that time, he was the one who asserted that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to cultivate profound strength again, unless he had a heaven-defying pill of the 5th level or above. Could it be that this kid had consumed a 5th level pill? This was obviously impossible. In Meteor City, it was already difficult to find a 3rd-ranked medicinal pill, let alone a 4th-ranked or 5th-ranked medicinal pill. For them, it was simply out of reach. "Kid, quickly tell me, how can you cultivate profound strength again?" The Grand Elder stood up and asked with a bit of excitement. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of the 3 parts returning to origin energy. It must be known that an ordinary man is not guilty, but he will get into trouble because of his wealth. "I also don't know, suddenly it seems that I can cultivate profound strength again," Ling Xiao said innocently with his hands spread out. The Grand Elder instantly appeared in front of Ling Xiao and single-handedly grabbed Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao didn't even have the slightest reaction before he was caught. He couldn't help but think that this old man must be a super expert. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, then walked a circle around Ling Xiao and murmured, "Strange. Strange. To think that all 12 main meridians have been restored, and the power is very pure, it doesn't seem like he cultivated a demonic art. It's simply inconceivable. Forget it. Forget it. Since it's an opportunity for you, kid, and also a blessing for our Ling family, I won't force you to answer." After muttering to himself, the Grand Elder once again lay down on his armchair and closed his eyes to rest. Ling Xiao then walked towards the bookshelf that stored the profound techniques. The second floor was filled with yellow-tier cultivation techniques. Yellow-tier cultivation techniques were a grade higher than gray-tier cultivation techniques, so their power was naturally several times stronger. The number of cultivation techniques collected on the second floor was greatly reduced compared to the first floor. There were only about 100 yellow-tier cultivation techniques here. Ling Xiao walked to the nearest bookshelf and casually picked up a profound technique. Yellow-level fire attribute technique, ardent flame technique. This technique could only be practiced after reaching the Mystic Knight rank. After separating the martial practitioner's attribute, it was suitable for martial practitioners at the Mystic Knight rank and above to cultivate. There were a total of 3 techniques, and each technique's power was extraordinary. Ling Xiao casually flipped through it and put it back in its original position. He then picked up another one at the side. Yellow-level water attribute technique, 5 waves stacking tides. It also required one to reach the Mystic Knight rank, and belonged to the category of water attribute techniques that could only be practiced by martial practitioners of the water attribute. Ling Xiao consecutively looked through several books. They were all yellow-level techniques of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These techniques didn't have much reference value to him at the moment. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he discovered a rather old and tattered scroll in the corner. Ling Xiao was curious. He walked over and picked it up. It's actually a remnant scroll? Ling Xiao casually flipped through it twice. There were actually only a few pages. It lacked a lot of explanation compared to the other techniques. So it was just a remnant scroll. He flipped back to the front page. The annotation on it said, "Level unknown, attribute unknown, Vajra 5 transformation technique." Ling Xiao very quickly looked through the Vajra 5 transformation technique once and murmured, "I can actually cultivate it from the mystic realm. It's a defensive technique. Unfortunately, it only has the first 2 transformations. Even if I cultivate it, I can only block a peak Mystic Knight rank attack. It's not bad. I just don't know how strong the defense of the last 3 transformations will be." Ling Xiao looked through it once more. When the Vajra 5 transformation technique was imprinted in his mind and couldn't be erased, he prepared to leave. Before leaving, he didn't forget to slightly bow to the Grand Elder who still had his eyes closed. After he left, the Grand Elder opened a thread and said to himself, "I hope this kid can bring me more surprises." Chapter 20. The matter of Ling Xiao's return to the inner courtyard was heated up for a few days before it calmed down again. Ling Xiao did not mind this at all. He still tirelessly cultivated every day. Other than using the 3-part restoration chi to condense profound energy every night, he would spend most of his time during the day cultivating the Vajra 5 transformation technique. The rest of the time, he would run to the inner courtyard's library to look for books related to this continent's history and knowledge to increase his understanding of this world. Currently, Ling Xiao only knew that the first 2 transformations of the Vajra 5 transformation technique were the first transformation, skin refining, and the second transformation, tendon refining. The first transformation, skin refining, first needed to strengthen every part of the body, causing the body's external resistance to reach its peak. This point was similar to the iron cloth and golden bell canopy that Ling Xiao knew of in his previous life. In his previous life, Ling Xiao had cultivated many flashy martial arts, but he did not have any defensive external martial arts. The reason he wanted to cultivate the Vajra 5 transformation technique now was to have something to rely on before he had the strength to protect himself. At the very least, when he faced experts who were stronger than him, he would have a way to preserve his life and not be trampled upon. For 5 consecutive days, Ling Xiao first did a lot of physical exercises in the morning, such as long-distance running with weights, frog jumps, push-ups. At noon, when the sun was high up in the sky, he took off his clothes and stood under the scorching sun for 4 hours before jumping into cold water to cool down. After cooling down, he received attacks from external objects. These were all the basic steps of skin refining. It could be said that this was simply a perverted and masochistic cultivation method. The current Ling Xiao had gone through more than a month of cultivation and had become a low-level profound practitioner. His body was becoming more and more erect, and after a few days of skin refining, his entire body seemed to be much stronger. His black and shiny skin gave people a feeling that it was full of health and vitality. On the afternoon of the 6th day, as usual, Ling Xiao stood in a horse stance with his upper body bare. His arms were spread wide, and he was carrying 2 buckets of water on each of his hands. He was enduring the scorching heat under the blazing sun. Beads of sweat flowed down his handsome face like a stream. The dark muscles on his upper body turned red as if they were being roasted on a grill. The meat on his body seemed ready to be eaten at any time. The 2 buckets of water in his hands did not shake at all. They were still calmly sitting in the buckets. Not long after, ripples appeared on the water surface of the 2 buckets, as if they were about to ripple out. However, Ling Xiao still clenched his teeth and persevered. He looked at the reflection in front of him and screamed in his heart, "Persevere! Persevere! It's almost been 4 hours." Finally, when his own reflection reached the position that he had already drawn, Ling Xiao's mind relaxed. The buckets in his hands finally had a few drops of water. Ling Xiao turned around and took 2 steps forward. He poured the bucket of water in his hands into the large wooden bucket, and then jumped into the bucket. Hiss! Just as Ling Xiao entered the wooden bucket, he vaguely let out a small sound. Following that, Ling Xiao's expression changed, and he could not help but let out a hiss sound. At this moment, it was the sound of his burning body suddenly becoming cold. It was like a piece of red-hot iron being thrown into water. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, and his body began to circulate the Vajra 5 transformation technique to cultivate. Gradually, Ling Xiao's nerves finally relaxed, and his face no longer had that pained expression. After a while, Ling Xiao jumped out of the bucket and lightly shouted, "It really hurts. I'm really looking for trouble. Why did I choose this cultivation technique? If others saw me like this, they would think that I'm a masochist." Although he was complaining, Ling Xiao was still a very stubborn person. As long as he chose a path, he would persevere. As the days passed, the Ling family was about to usher in a grand event. The annual family test would be held in the inner courtyard's training field in 3 days. The younger generation of the Ling family were all speeding up their cultivation. Whether it was the martial disciple or the profound practitioner, they were all striving to increase their strength. If they still remained at the strength of last year, they would become the laughingstock of everyone. In the Ling family, everyone regarded strength and tenbin as more important than their lives. If their strength did not increase within 2 years, they would be sent out of the inner courtyard and arranged to manage the Ling family's businesses in the outside world. Or they would be sent as a guard to protect the Ling family's businesses. Their status in the Ling family would plummet. Or if they did not break through to the profound practitioner level before the age of 20, they would also be sent out. From this, it could be seen that the Ling family valued martial arts. This was also a major reason why the Ling family had always been above the Li and Luo families. Ling Xiao did not care about this at all, as if it had nothing to do with him. He continued to cultivate, and when he had time, he would teach Bai Yushi how to cultivate. Although Bai Yushi had always treated Ling Xiao as a young master, Ling Xiao had never treated her as a maid. Other than letting her serve him some simple daily life, he would not let her do any other heavy work. Now that he had returned to the inner courtyard, the family had arranged for 4 servants for him, 2 male servants and 2 female servants. These 4 people had all been arranged by Ling Xiao's mother, Meng Xian's family, so Bai Yushi had more free time now. Ling Xiao had long planned to have Bai Yushi stay by his side as a personal maid for the rest of his life. He did not want his beautiful little sister to become another man's pet. He was a normal man who liked women, especially beautiful women. He wanted to take them for himself, so he chose to be selfish. Unless Bai Yushi fell in love with another man one day, he might let go, but he would definitely not allow such a thing to happen. Which man would dislike having too many women? Actually, Ling Xiao had still underestimated the persistence in Bai Yushi's heart. She had already chosen Ling Xiao as her young master, and she would never betray him in this lifetime, unless she died. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to pass on the inner force mental cultivation method to Bai Yushi, but this was a very tyrannical cultivation method, and was not suitable for women to cultivate. After thinking about it, he chose a set of inner force mental cultivation method for Bai Yushi, the Shueyue divine art, for Bai Yushi to cultivate, and then taught her a set of sword skill Shueyue sword technique. This set of cultivation method and sword skill were created by Ling Xiao's previous life's Shueyue martial uncle. Shueyue martial uncle was a peerless expert who was only inferior to his old ghost master. Shueyue martial uncle had only accepted one female disciple in her life, but unfortunately, she was killed by the ghost sect. In a fit of rage, Shueyue martial uncle used the Shueyue sword technique to kill 12 Xiantian realm experts of the ghost sect. Only when the ghost sect leader personally arrived did Shueyue martial uncle stop. After that, Shueyue martial uncle did not accept another disciple, so she passed on the cultivation method and sword skill to Ling Xiao, saying that it was a gift for Ling Xiao's future wife. Every time Ling Xiao thought of Shueyue martial uncle's charming face, his heart would always ripple with a satisfied smile, but it was a pity that time could not be turned back. "Io!" A soft cry came out. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and saw Bai Yushi sitting on the ground with her brows tightly furrowed, looking like she was in pain. Ling Xiao hurriedly walked over. "What's wrong, Yushi?" Bai Yushi turned her charming face back and said with a forced smile on her face, "Young master, I'm fine." After responding, she was about to stand up, but who knew that there would be another wave of pain in her foot, causing her to stagger and fall again. "Be careful." Ling Xiao's body flashed, and he sped up to Bai Yushi's side, supporting her. "Did you sprain your foot?" "You can't go overboard when practicing martial arts," Ling Xiao said with concern. However, Bai Yushi lowered her head and did not answer him. Ling Xiao was about to ask again, but suddenly, he felt as if there were 2 soft lumps pressing on his arms, and a wonderful feeling came over him. Ling Xiao looked over, only to find that his hands were actually hugging Bai Yushi's chest, tightly hugging her 2 soft lumps of flesh. No wonder it felt so comfortable. Ling Xiao laughed awkwardly, and somewhat reluctantly removed his perverted hands and said, "So sorry, no." Bai Yushi's face was flushed red as she lowered her delicate face and replied softly, "Come, sit down and let me take a look. Did you sprain it?" Ling Xiao quickly changed the topic, but in his heart, he was secretly exclaiming, "How elastic." Ling Xiao helped Bai Yushi to the side of the stone bench, and then took off her cloth shoes, revealing her white and exquisite jade feet, which were round and smooth, making people want to caress them lightly. Ling Xiao caressed the red and swollen foot, and said with a pained heart, "It's all swollen, it's all right, I'll get some cold water for you, and then rub it a little." After Ling Xiao said that, he got up to get some water. Bai Yushi raised her delicate red face, her eyes filled with affection as she looked at Ling Xiao's back. Her face turned into a thick smile, as if the pain from the sprain had completely disappeared. "Young master. That's great." Bai Yushi silently cried out in her heart. After Ling Xiao got the water, he soaked Bai Yushi's slender feet in the water, and then transferred some profound energy to her feet to help reduce the swelling. Not long later, the swelling on Bai Yushi's feet disappeared. Ling Xiao carefully helped Bai Yushi put on her shoes, and instructed, "All right, rest for today. Meditate well, you should be fine tomorrow." Bai Yushi nodded, and replied softly with a red face, "Thank you, young master." "Silly girl, there's no need to be so polite. You're this young master's daughter. God sister. It's only right for a brother to take care of his sister," Ling Xiao said with a smile, almost revealing his inner thoughts. Bai Yushi glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "Young master, am I very stupid? Why do you ask?" Ling Xiao was stunned. "I can't even learn the sword moves you taught me," Bai Yushi said embarrassedly. Ling Xiao comforted her, "Silly girl, you've only learned for a few days, martial arts can't be mastered in a day. You have to have confidence in yourself, maybe in the near future you can even surpass me, young master." "I don't want to surpass young master, as long as I don't drag young master down." Bai Yushi waved her hand and said. Ling Xiao smiled, and wanted to say something, but a loud and clear cry came from the room. "Huh, I broke through again." The voice came from the study room, and needless to say, it was Ling Zhan. Ever since Ling Xiao gave the 1,000-year-old King Crow ginseng to Ling Zhan had been cultivating the three-part returning energy while absorbing the medicinal effects of the 1,000-year-old King Crow ginseng. This was already the 5th time he broke through his meridian. Ling Zhan walked out of the study room in high spirits, and his entire body was glowing. Compared to his previous sloppy and downtrodden appearance, it was like the clouds and mud. Meng Shiyun also came out of the room with a face full of joy, and asked with an excited tone, "Brother Zhan, you've become a 5th-rank martial disciple?" Ling Zhan looked at his charming wife and nodded heavily, "Yes, I've already broken through the 6th meridian. I believe that in at most another month, I'll be able to become a profound practitioner again." "That's great!" Meng Shiyun exclaimed. Even in her dreams, she had never thought that her own son and husband would be able to cultivate profound energy once again. They could finally get rid of the title of useless father and son. She felt extremely proud of them in her heart, and all the grievances she had suffered over the past few years had instantly vanished into thin air. "Shiyun, I've wronged you all these years. I swear that I won't let you suffer anymore." Ling Zhan held his wife's hand and solemnly announced, "You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."